from Amity University, Noida, feels privileged to extend our warm welcome to all present here for the 2 days first International Conference on Forensic Security and Law. Thank you for joining us today for the session. Amity University is that entity in which our founder, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, dreamed of creating a world of knowledge and excellence. With this mission, Amity Institute of Forensic Sciences, which was formed in the year 2008, which stands as one of the best departments solely aiming to deliver excellence, innovation, and education at its best, and continuously strives for excellence in education and provides opportunities for students to get trained as forensic professionals. Keeping this mission in mind, we form AIFS have organized this conference. Now that all the dignitaries are present here, we would start our conference with the blessings of Goddess Saraswati. Let us take this moment to offer our gratitude and seek blessings from the divine. May this prayer bring us peace, serenity, and strength. We now invite all the dignitaries on the dais for the lighting of the lamp. May the light of this lamp illuminate our hearts and minds, and may this inspire us to strive for excellence, wisdom, and compassion in all that we do.
शारदे माँ अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ। मुनियों ने समझी है गुनियों ने जानी, वेदों की भाषा पुराणों की वाणी। मुनियों ने समझी है गुनियों ने जानी, वेदों की भाषा पुराणों की वाणी। हम भी तो समझे, हम भी तो जाने, विद्या का हमको अधिकार दे माँ। हे शारदे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ। हे शारदे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ। हे शारदे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ।
Now, I would like to extend my heartfelt welcome to one of the most distinguished and respected academic leaders, Dr. Balvinder Shukla, in bringing wealth of knowledge and experience to the event. She has made significant contributions to the development and advancement of the university. With her extensive expertise, she is well equipped to share insights and perspectives that will undoubtedly enrich the discourse at this training program. We are honored to have her to grace this occasion with your presence. Her participation underscores commitment to promoting academic excellence and advancing the frontiers of knowledge. Please join us in extending a warm welcome to Dr. Balvinder Shukla to address the gathering. Ma'am, would you come forward and give the welcome address? Now, I would be welcoming today at this event our Chief Guest of Honor, Dr. Amita Dev, Vice Chancellor of Indira Gandhi Delhi Technical University for Women, Government of Delhi, which is a true leader, excellent administrator, and passionate researcher. She is doing extensive research in the field of deep neural networks, speech processing, speech modeling, and speech recognition. Having vast experience of more than 3 decades, she has unparalleled track record of administration, quality teaching, innovation, and research. Along with being an avid speaker and a great motivator, she has been invited at various national and international forums. In recognition to her valuable and worthy research contributions, she has been conferred with many awards, visibly national level AICTE Young Teacher Career Award with research grant for pursuing advanced research in the area of Hindi speech recognition, along with state level best teacher award awarded by government of Delhi, national level best engineering teacher award, international econs education excellence award for academic excellence, and ambassador for peace by Universal Peace Federation. Please join us in extending a warm welcome to Dr. Amita Dev to address the gathering. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to our esteemed dignitaries who will be felicitating our event today. I would like to call our very honorable Vice Chancellor, Ma'am, Dr. Balvinder Shukla, Ma'am, to felicitate our Chief Guest of Honor, Dr. Amita Dev. Thank you so much, ma'am. Now, I would like to address Dr. Sunita Ratan, ma'am, and Dr. Amarnath Mishra, sir, to felicitate our honorable Vice Chancellor, ma'am. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am. Following, I would like to call Dr. Himanshu Khajuria, sir, and Dr. Amarnath Mishra to felicitate Dr. Sunita Ratan, ma'am. I would like to call Dr. Himanshu Khajuria, sir, and Amarnath, sir, to felicitate Dr. Sunita Ratan, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. I would like to extend my heartfelt welcome to one of the most distinguished and respected academic leaders, Dr. Balvinder Shukla, in bringing wealth of knowledge and experience to the event. As I have mentioned before, she has made significant contributions to the development and advancements of the university. With her extensive expertise, she is well equipped to share insights and perspectives that will undoubtedly enrich the discourse at this training program. Please join us, ma'am.
A very honorable chief guest of the day, Dr. Amita Devji, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Indira Gandhi Delhi Technical University for Women, my colleagues on the dais, I, on behalf of Honorable Founder President, Honorable Chancellor, all the deans, head of institution, faculty colleagues, extend a very warm welcome to our Honorable Chief Guest, all the speakers, and the delegates, guests, and the students for the first conference of the Amity Institute of Forensic Science, which is being organized in association with the Directorate of Forensic Services Himachal Pradesh, and the Forensic Science Laboratory Government of NCT. And the theme of the conference, the advancements in forensic science, global security, and the legal challenges. Uh, First of all, I would like to congratulate our Dean, Head of Institution, faculty member, choosing very apt theme for the conference. And today, when we are gathered here in the another venue, we are having more than 200 participants in the Pentathon, which is being organized by Ministry of Education, NCII, PC, and AICT. And the broad theme of that competition is also related to the cyber security, that how to protect the digital infrastructure of the country, and that the innovative solutions with the student teams from the various engineering colleges from the country are participating. And here at this venue, the conference on the similar theme is being organized. And when we look at the Viksit Bharat's vision document, so where that they have talked about the technology and innovation, and where they have chosen the future technology, the cyber security is one of the area apart from semiconductors, quantum technologies, biotechnologies, AI, and many others. So, especially when the crimes happens or something, the forensic science plays very important role. But where we are over here, we are talking about the forensic sciences, global security, and the legal challenges. It gives the how the law is going to play a very important role, and especially when the issues are of the cross-border issues, or we are talking about them. So the future for the forensic science students is very bright, but it's bright only if the students understand how the industry is moving one side, how the profession is moving one side, and what are going to be the future roles. And in that future roles, what are going to be the skill set. Now we are seeing that with the National Education Policy 2020 and the technological advancements which are happening, all professions are becoming the multidisciplinary. And the skill sets which are needed, there was a time when you used to talk the IT means only for IT professionals. The people who have done the computer science or that they have done the IT, that's the only for them they do. Today the IT has become or the programming has become in a way mandatory for everybody. You need to learn how to make the small algorithms, you have to make the programming, whether you are doing the data analysis with the even the Excel sheet. So how you learn the various technologies, apply those technologies to find the solutions. I feel that since the National Education Policy 2020 has come, and now the Viksit Bharat vision document, with this, the gap which was in education system and industry, that the academia and industry do not work together, but this vision document has made it mandatory for the corporate world to work very closely with the academia. In last 1 month, I've got at least invitation from 20-25 company that we want to discuss with you how we can work together. Before that, it was always used to happen that we are calling the company. So this is a great moment, great opportunity for all the students to understand. That our chief guest, Dr. Amita Devji, who has built the university, who is a great leader, and who has always focused on the creating the future women leaders from the through the technological education. And we are seeing that how that their students, the alumni, are performing today in various spheres, right from the student startup to the corporate leaders. It's important is that how the student engage themselves. I remember that there was a neighbor, daughter of my neighbor, how that girl used to, they made a team of the five students in designing the automobile, and how much they worked hard to get the funding for that. And it was the mentorship of the faculty who really helped them and secure them the funding. They later on they sold their innovation, and today all the girls are all together in different domain. But that experience in the university gave them the skills and competencies. So I would like to share with all of you that the classroom based learning is not enough. That is only for the doubt clearing and a conceptual clarity. It is the outside class what you do, how you do, and how you grasp the what is the future. Our honorable founder president always said that each habitant will be the success story. And for that he built very strong the foundation for the education, that apart from the disciplinary education, they need to have the softer skills, communication, behavioral skills, at the same time, the human values, professional ethics, and industry orientation and application based education. And when I look at the NEP 2020 document, I find the what founder decided in 1995 that has come today. We see that in the NEP document. It was only the visionary thought of our honorable founder president who believed that contributing to the nation building and dreamt of India being the superpower by 2040. I remember that when this Institute of Forensic Science was established, and the first international conference, we had the HOI of this institution, and first international IMPAM was the name. I think it was 2010 when this conference was organized, and we had more than 500 delegates from across the globe who participated. I'm very happy today after such a long break. Today we are, this department has again initiated the international conference, and I wish that in times to come, this conference will touch the same scale which the first conference was organized. Our Honorable Chancellor have always emphasized the youth of the nation is the future of the world, and how this youth can bring the solutions which will not only solve the problems of locals but will solve the global problems. And India has been the, you know, believed always Vasudha Kutumbakam. And when you look at the Viksit Bharat, the vision document, and the last sector of the Viksit Bharat is the India to be the Vishwa Bandhu. And Vishwa Bandhu can only be when you are the most innovative country, when you become the hub of the startups, and when you become the role model for the South, and when you are able to provide the solutions. I'm sure the learning from this conference to all the participants will find not only the solution to the problems, but will also build the collaborations with other organizations. And today, working in silos and in isolation is not the solution. Today, the is the how the resources to be shared, how the collaboration can be made, and how to work on the biggest problems and to find the jointly solution. Um, I invite Dr. Amita Devji that let's work together on the common area which are the benefit of the society, which are aligned with the national priorities, and which also look into the bigger issues at global level, and we jointly provide the solutions. And our students learn together, our faculty collaborate, and the what we bring, which directly benefits the society and the industry and contributes to the economic development. With this, once again, I extend a very warm welcome to Dr. Amita Devji, our chief guest of the day. I have spoken before anybody else because I had a meeting scheduled with the deans at 10:45, and I have to leave, and because that's very urgent meeting. And so once again, I congratulate the organizing team, Professor Ravi Kumar, Dr. Amarnath, and Himanshu, and the other team member that who have worked very hard for this conference. And I'm sure that the outcome of this conference will be the starting point for the new initiative. Wish you all the best.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Your presence here today has been an inspiration to all of us, and we appreciate your commitment to making a difference in the world. We hope that your words will continue to inspire us as we move forward for this event. Now, please join us in extending a warm welcome to our chief guest of honor for this event, Dr. Amita Dev, to address this gathering.
A very good morning to all of you. Let me start with Charles Snow, and he quoted, and I quote the same: technology is a clever thing. It brings great gifts from one hand, while it stabs at the back with the other hand. Unquote. Esteemed members on the dais, the researchers, scholars, academicians, heads of the department, faculty members, deans, students who are present here. A very good morning to all of you. And I take this as a privilege and an honor to be here for the inaugural ceremony of this first international conference, which is on forensic security and law, a very much needed area in today's arena. Professor Balvinder Shukla talked about IGD2W, so I'll take a minute. I represent a university, Indira Gandhi Delhi Technical University for Women, a university which is for women education, women empowerment, and women enlightenment, a university which is holding a lot of focus in the area of cybersecurity. And the girls of this university, we have almost 5,000 girls in STEM, and they are taking prestigious positions in the industry, as ma'am spoke about it, with the industry packages of 1.2 crores per annum and highest packages of 82 lakhs per annum and a medium package of 20 lakhs per annum. So that is about IGD2W. A lot of innovation, entrepreneurship is happening. Coming to the theme of this international conference, which is on forensic security and law. The 16th, I think it was 10th October 2016, when the World Economic Forum announced the establishment of Center of Excellence in Industrial Revolution 4.0 at San Francisco. Since then, we are witnessing emerging breakdowns and emerging breakthroughs in the areas of disruptive technologies, which you are all aware, whether we are talking of autonomous things, we are talking of autonomous vehicles, artificial intelligence, augmented analytics, blockchain, cloud computing, digital twin, or for that matter, cyber security. Cyber security is the most important thing among all these disruptive technologies. These disruptive technologies, they are changing the ways the organizations, they work, they behave, they create, capture, deliver data, and they create services to the others. The penetration into the digital arena is accelerating and is undoubtedly penetrating in all spheres. Today, we cannot say that our national security agencies have to secure India from the physical aspects, which are the boundaries, but rather they have to look into the services in the digital realm. You will be astonished to know that if you look at the e-commerce market in India alone, if I talk of India alone, somewhere in 2019, we had the e-commerce market, which was touching around $30 billion. And then in 2020, it had a staggering growth of $90 billion. And today we are at $112 billion, which is going to touch around $130 billion in the coming years. If you talk about online shopping, it is touching $300 billion. And in fact, the UPI transactions alone in India in the year 2021 and 2022 has been of the tune of almost $125 billion. So that is the amount of the transactions which are happening in the country alone in India. As you all know, India is the fastest growing economy and it has the highest internet users, which touches around 800 million to 900 million internet users. And many of these users are from rural background. If these users are from rural background, you can very well imagine how much is the digital literacy with them and how much is the financial literacy with them. As a consequence, there could be a breach, there could be a ransomware attacks, there could be a website which is compromised and so on and so forth. So this is one arena where we need to work proactively, we need to join hands, we need to take up a research in a larger extent to ensure that we all live safe in this cyberspace. This cyberspace which is creating, and you read every day, day in and day out, the kind of the attacks which we witness, it is humongous. It is absolutely alarming. To begin with, if you talk about AIMS alone, which is the first and the most important hospital which serves not only to the normal public, but I believe to the legends also, that the website of AIMS was hacked somewhere in November 2023. And we compromised the data of 40 million records were compromised. Imagine these 40 million records are not only of the public, they are of the legends, they are of the leaders, they are of other people, and you never know which this data which has been compromised may even go to the deep web and to the dark web. We feel we are on the website, which is we are only surfing websites which are 10%. The whole cyberspace which we all surf is just 10%. 90% is your dark web and the deep web. That compromising of AIMS data was absolutely erroneous. If you look at the other places also, I think WannaCry ransomware attack was one of the very humongous ransomware attack, where hundreds and thousands of computers were compromised in 150 countries, which were running on Windows operating system, but they did not have the latest security patch installed onto it. And all the files were encrypted. And in turn, this ransomware attack demanded Bitcoin in favor to decrypt these files. Similarly, we have an example of Digiflex, which is one of the most important and most largest credit company in the USA, where the data of millions of people, I think it went on to 40 to 50 million of people was compromised, which talked about their social securities, which talked about their names, addresses, credit card and whatnot. So these are the examples which really makes us worried that today it is not only the physical boundaries which defines the countries, it is the mere perception today. Physical boundaries are mere perception. The whole world with the internet has emerged as a global village. And we need to talk, our national security agencies also, they are not only guarding us or safeguarding the physical boundaries, Rather, they have to save us on the digital arena. Some real time examples I will share with you. We all, the youngsters who are sitting out here, we are always very fond of taking our pic and putting it on Instagram or Facebook. The moment we are there, first is that let me take, selfie or a photograph, and wherever I am, put it on the Facebook or on Instagram or on Twitter, wherever. All these social medias. There was a young boy studying in class 10th, and father was extremely rich, filthy rich family, and father gave him a gift which was very, very expensive because the child did very well in class 10th. Without understanding anything, he tried posting that gift on the Facebook, thinking that let his friends know, but he did not realize in the friend list there was one adult also who was a thief. And that thief looked at the picture and he could find out the latitude, longitude, and even the altitude where this boy stays. You all know when you are taking a pictures on the mobile phone, if your GPS location is on, you are compromising your identity and where you are. And that thief, he attacked the house and he ended up stabbing the father and doing a big robbery. And the other case, which was absolutely erroneous, was that there was a company which was working for the confidential some project of Government of India. And that company was very, very strict, vigilant, and careful that all the employees who are entering, they are not carrying any disk, any pen drive, or any other media in which they can steal the information. There was one lady who used to enter the office playing the blaring music on the iPod, and the security guards used to check her thoroughly and used to find nothing, and she used to walk into the organization, use the iPod, take up the important information, which was confidential information, delete that information and move out of the office in the iPod. Reach home, using certain forensics tools, she used to decrypt that information, deleted files, she used to undelete them and compromise the information. The security guards who were not even checked, they were not even aware that iPod is also a source where you can carry the information. There was another incident where it was that the husband has gone for a personal secret vacation with a girlfriend, and after having that vacation, he deleted the files and the photographs which he had taken, and the digital camera was with the lady. The digital camera was given to the forensics lab to check on, is there any data, any photographs, because she was worried that there is something fishy. And she could trace all those deleted images, deleted photographs, which were deleted 3 years back from that digital camera, and hence proved an evidence to the court for her divorce. The point I'm trying to say is, we use the cyberspace so conveniently, so efficiently, and as if we are masters, but you'd never know what are you compromising. So this particular area and arena where we talk of cyber forensics, cyber laws, cyber security, it needs a great attention. We all need to work together. At the end, I will say that let this conference be so that we gain information, we exchange information, we share knowledge, and let's work together. As Balvinder Shukla ma'am said, let's collaborate, cooperate, and share the information. Let's do more authentic research. Only publishing papers is not enough. Publishing the right kind of papers, the papers which can lead to not only patents, but then these patents, they convert into a technology which is a sustainable technology. Because Viksit Bharat is talking about a Viksit Bharat by 2047, and today we are in Amrit Kal. And who are the people who are going to work for it? It is the youth of the India. These are the students, these are the researchers. This is the youth which has to work for a Viksit Bharat. Because you will see that realizing that dream by 2047, it is all these youngsters. I give my heartiest congratulations to the team which has worked and conducted this first international conference. And I'm sure that each one of you will have very futuristic and inspiring learning. And after the end of this conference, a lot of thoughts provoking ideas will come which will result into a good research. I once again thank the coordinators for inviting me for this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mom, for your leadership and dedication in gracing us with your presence in this momentous occasion. We are extremely obliged to have you here. Now, I would like to address Professor K.V. Ravi Kumar, who has been a visionary leader, inspiring us to pursue excellence, innovation, and social responsibility. Without further delay, I invite Sir to deliver the welcome address and share his vision for our academic community.
Thank you. It is indeed my proud privilege to be amongst you in this auspicious occasion of the inaugural function of the two-day international conference on forensic security and law. I congratulate Dr. Amarnath Mishra for his sheer brilliance in conceiving this idea and putting together a proposal to Honorable Vice Chancellor to conduct this program. And that's how this has come into a reality. I extend a warm welcome to Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Amitabh Dev ma'am, for having very, willingly agreeing to our request to grace this occasion of the inaugural function. Thank you so much, ma'am, for sparing your valuable time and very insightful your lecture today in the space of cybersecurity, information security, and the way we have to, dream and the way we have to plan our activities to be good cyber warriors and to be able to a good forensic learners to, put in place the digital footprints for successful investigation of crime. I also feel very happy in extending a warm welcome to Honorable and respected Professor Dr. Sunita Ratan ma'am for gracing this occasion and to be amongst us to grace this inaugural function. Friends, forensic science as today what it is dates back to some of the greatest contributions of the yesterday in the form of Matthew Orifila, Alphonse Bertillon, Francis Galton, Calvin Goddard, Albert S. Osborne, Walter Macroni, Hans Gross, Edmund Lockhart, and J. Edgar Hoover. And these contributors today have laid the solid foundation for forensic science for the cause of justice as a champion of and protector of human rights and in safeguarding the whole world from the criminals and punishing them in a right way. Even in your country, we have seen some famous cases of gruesome murders like Tandoor Kand, Jessica Lal murder, Nitish Katara murder, Arushi Hemraj, Priyadarshini Mattu case, Nithari, Nirbhaya, and all these cases have been solved by learned police officers by the great contributions of our unsung heroes, that is forensic science. All these cases could not have been cracked without using forensic science. So, in India also, we have produced some of the biggest forensic experts who are nationally and internationally critically acclaimed, like Dr. Bami, Dr. Jathar, Dr. R.K. Tiwari, Dr. M.S. Rao, V.N. Sahgal sir, Dr. R.Y.P. Bhatia, Dr. K.P.C. Gandhi, Professor P. Chandrasekharan, and the living legend Dr. J.M. Vyas. In fact, there are only two forensic experts in India who were given the coveted Padma Shri or Padma Award. That was Professor P. Chandrasekharan, who is no more with us, and the living legend Dr. V. J.M. Vyas. So, friends, let us put together a big round of applause to these stalwarts. So, their great contribution to forensic science will be ever remembered by all of us. So today we have chain of good forensic labs in India, 30 state FSLs, 7 central CFSLs, about 80 RFSLs and more than 500 district mobile forensic science units. And I'm very glad to share that recently, as per the information available with us, Government of India is going to add up another 8 Central Forensic Science Laboratories in India. So together now, the CFSL strength would be 15 CFSLs very soon. In which places, I do not know as of now, but that's a reality and it's going to come true. Friends, a major cause of concern in India when we are living in a civil society is the burden of proof beyond reasonable doubt and the low conviction rate. So, low conviction rate can be attributed to many facts like broken chain of custody, or compromised forensic reports, or compromised shady and shoddy investigation, or planting of evidences. Factors are many. And today, the conviction rate for heinous crimes is around 58%. For sexual offenses, it is about 33%. And for cyber crimes, very sorry state of affairs, as low as 10%. So factors are many. I'm not blaming one particular organization or like, it's our collective wisdom that all of us work together to improve this conviction rate. So in Gujarat, government of Gujarat took a very novel decision of awarding a project to Rashtriya Raksha University when I was with them. And Rashtriya Raksha University came out with a brilliant idea of training the police officers in the training academies itself, where the emphasis has been laid for improving the conviction rate. So we designed a syllabus based on a lot of metadata analysis and with a lot of meetings with all stakeholders like prosecutors, judiciary, and forensic experts and police officers. So, friends, so much research work could be done by all states by analyzing their own conviction rate and awarding some projects to identify the crime hotspots and do crime mapping or evolve the process of evidence-based policing. So, just a quick figure. Pre-pandemic, we have 64 lakh graduates every year, 10 to 15,000 lakh engineers, 5 lakh medical fields, then 15 lakh master's degree holders, and out of which 10 lakh MTech and 4 lakh medical science graduates. And employment rate was just 22%, right? But after pandemic, it has picked up, and the employment rate is almost 26%, including forensic science. So, what is to be done? So, there are different ways, and my appeal to students is that empower yourself through skill sets. Otherwise, getting employment in forensic science is little difficult, but not achievable. It is achievable. So, right? So now with the, as I shared with you, 15, 7 more CFSLs are coming up, and the new laws will empower you to become good crime scene examiners. I think Government of India is working on the modalities of how to strengthen crime scene management in terms of new laws, where it has been mandatory that crime scene presence is a must in all heinous crimes where the punishable offense is more than 7 years. So government is working on that, and that will open a big window for all of you to practice forensic science and join the mainstream. In fact, when we talk of government labs and when we talk of vis-a-vis the private forensic labs are also doing excellent work. Like one of the founders were Truth Lab by Dr. KPC Gandhi, when Dr. Ranjit Singh, Sherlock Institute is there, Dr. Ashish Kuntal is there, Dr. Adarsh is there. They are also doing good work. But what is required is that empower them through legal process, empower them through some certification process, empower them to increase the acceptance of their reports in the court of law, and that could be possible through raising the bar and through some legislation. That legislation could be called as Forensic Regulatory Development Authority, which is lacking in India. I think government is working on that. So FRDA will be a reality very soon in coming 1 or 2 years, which will have more teething powers, which will have more legal, powers to empower the forensic labs, as well as certification, maintaining a national register, maintaining the issues of laboratory accreditation, maintaining the issues of, in fact, self check by FSLs themselves. For example, there is NABL, right? And to tell you very honestly, NABL internal audits Do they go deep into the report generated by forensic guys? Answer is no. Right? So what do we require? We require scientific performance audit. Scientific performance audit of each laboratory, of each cases analyzed by the individual. Right? Time spent by them in court of law, time spent by them in the laboratory environment. So a quick look at modern technologies. Now we have open source DNA database on our called genetic genealogy, where you pay just $30-40 and get access to large source of DNA for finding out living relatives, family history, etc. And even this genetic genealogy is helping the American law enforcement in a big way in solving many cold cases. Blood pattern analysis software is also very useful nowadays. Massively parallel sequencing or MPS for small quantities of degradable samples or DNA analysis is also doing very good. Automated fingerprint identification system, FIS, NIFIS, IBIS are a lot of forensic intelligence inputs in the form of DNA databases are also helping the government in a big way. One small request to all my learned colleagues here who are from government and who are from reputed institutions. We have to find some solutions for internships of all the students across India. I'm not saying, and I'm not putting you that only MIT students are. It is a problem of all the students. So let us work out a plan in consultation with Directorate of Forensic Science, New Delhi, that all students across India get the right of placement, internship in government CFSLs and FSLs. Let Directorate of Forensic Science work in this direction and allot a fixed number of quota in all FSL, CFSL, which I used to do. Very proudly, I'm sharing. I used to do that when I was in Delhi. And me and Dr. Rao allotted fixed number of quota of all the students for many FSLs and CFSLs, and we got success also. So why can't that be repeated? So at the end, I'll end up very quickly just by one statement. No accused person should be let off in the absence of technology or forensic technology, and no innocent person should be put behind bars by faulty investigation or faulty forensic science. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your warm welcome. As we proceed with this event, we are very honored to have with us Director and Professor of Amity Institute of Applied Sciences, Dr. Sumita Ratan, who has been a true inspiration to our academic community. As a leader and mentor, she has contributed significantly to the growth and development of our institution. Her vision and dedication have been instrumental in shaping our academic programs. She has demonstrated exceptional leadership skills and a deep commitment to the academic excellence of our institute. Moreover, she has been a driving force behind many of our key initiatives and has played a pivotal role in establishing our institute as a center. Please, ma'am, grace us with your presence.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Honorable Mrs. Amita Dev, Vice Chancellor, Indira Gandhi Technical University for Women, Dr. Amarnath Mishra, Program Director, Dr. K.V. Ravi Kumar, Dr. Himanshu, Dr. Vishwanayak, faculty members of AIFS, HOIs, HODs of various departments, and our most valued invited guests and delegates. A very good morning. Though much has already been said, so the tone for this conference has already set in. But once again, it's my great pleasure to welcome you all to the first International Conference on Forensics, Security and Law, ICFSL 2024. The conference, as has been discussed, is focused on critical intersection between forensics, security, and law. The relationship between forensic, security, and law is intricate and interconnected, with each playing a crucial role in the criminal justice system and broader society. They are the strands of a complex web that plays a crucial role in shaping our societies, ensuring justice and safeguarding our communities. Different tracks which are being conducted highlights the importance of this interdisciplinary nature of this conference and also of forensics. We have in the tracks, we have forensics, biology, biological sciences, chemical sciences, physical sciences. Dr. Amarnath Mishra would be elaborating this in all about all. And we had a very good, insightful examples about cyber terrorism by Dr. Amita Dev. And similarly, Dr. Ravi Kumar has given you very good examples for the heinous crime where the forensics has helped these to resolve those cases. So we can say that these disciplines collaborate to uphold justice, protect individuals and assets, and maintain the rule of the law. The relationship signifies the importance of interdisciplinary cooperation and the application of scientific and legal principles to address complex challenges in modern society. So this conference provide us with a very beautiful uh, platform to explore these connections, exchange insights, and forge new collaborations that will drive meaningful change. Over the next 2 days, we will delve into a wide varieties of topics from digital forensics, cybersecurity to legal frameworks, policy implications. We will hear from the experts who are at the forefront of the innovation, who are developing cutting edge technologies and strategies to address emerging trends in cyber forensic and other areas of forensics. But as ma'am has already elaborated, that this conference is not just about presentations and deliberations. It is all about the connections which we are going to build. It is about the ideas that will be sparked in the minds of the students, the collaborations that will be formed, the solutions that will be forged. I'm sure that the learning for the participants in these 2 days is going to be a life-changing scenario as far as their research and teaching is concerned. I encourage each and every one of you to actively participate, engage with your fellow attendees, and to share your knowledge and experiences. Together, we can chart a course towards a safer, more secure future for all of us. I would like to conclude my a brief address congratulating the organizing team along with Dr. Amarnath Mishra, along with his highly efficient team for putting in the efforts to organize this important conference. I wish the conference a great success. May this conference be the beacon of knowledge, collaboration, and inspiration for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Your words have always been an inspiration to all of us. Thank you for gracing us in this event. Now we'll be proceeding to our opening remark. It is our honor to welcome Dr. Amarnath Mishra, the program convener, who has been a driving force behind the conceptualization and organization of this conference. He has been a visionary leader who has inspired us to pursue excellence, innovation, and social responsibility.
Thank you. With the blessings of God and our respected founder, President Sir, Chancellor Sir, and respected Vice Chancellor Ma'am, today we are inaugurating the first international conference on forensic security and law, which is organized by Amity Institute of Forensic Sciences in association with Directorate of Forensic Services, Himachal Pradesh, Shimla Hills, Junga, and Forensic Science Laboratory, Government of National Capital Territory, Rohini, Delhi. It is with great pleasure and excitement that we gather here today under the overarching theme of advancement in forensic sciences, global security, and legal challenges. I would like to welcome our respected Vice Chancellor, ma'am, a great academic leader and mentor, Honorable Chief Guest, Vice Chancellor of Indira Gandhi Delhi Technical University for Women, Delhi, Honorable Dean, ma'am, Science and Technology Domain, eminent speaker, faculty members, participants, and students. When we are talking about forensic science, security, and law, so it is intersect critical junctures in our modern world, playing pivotal roles in ensuring justice, maintaining security, and upholding the rule of law. The advancement made in these domains not only enhance our understanding of crime and criminal behavior, but also strong our ability to prevent and combat emerging threats in an increasingly complex global landscape. Over the course of these 2 days, esteemed speakers, scholars, practitioners, and students from around the world will come together to share insights, exchange ideas, and engage in meaningful discussions. Through interdisciplinary dialogue and collaboration, we aim to explore the latest innovation, challenges, and opportunities facing forensic science, global security initiatives, and legal frameworks. Our agenda is diverse and comprehensive, covering a wide area of topics ranging from cutting edge forensic techniques to the evolving landscape of cybersecurity, from challenges in criminal investigation to the ethical and legal considerations in the use of forensic evidence. Through keynote, plenary speeches, and presentations of research findings, we aspire to foster an environment conducive to learning, networking, and collaboration. As we embark on this collective journey, let us remain mindful of the profound impact that our work in these fields can have on individuals, communities, and societies at large. Let us uphold the highest standards of integrity, professionalism, and ethical conduct in our pursuit of truth, justice, and security. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the participants, organizers, organizing team members, sponsors, and supporters who have contributed to making the conference a reality. Your dedication and commitment are instrumental in advancing the frontiers of knowledge and strengthening the foundation of our collective security and justice system. Together, let us seize this opportunity to inspire, innovate, and make meaningful strides towards a safer, more just, and secure world for generation to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your exceptional opening remark. Your words were both inspiring and thought provoking. We are very grateful for your leadership and vision. We appreciate the hard work you have put into making this event a success. Thank you for setting the stage for what has been a truly memorable occasion. Now, as we come to the end of the inaugural session, I would now invite Dr. Himanshu Khajuria, sir, to convey the vote of thanks. Sir.
Good morning to all. I feel honored and privileged to get this opportunity to propose a vote of thanks on this special occasion. I, on behalf of the organizing committee, convey my deep regards and hearty thanks to our Honorable Founder President Sir, Chancellor Sir, for their blessings and support in organizing this event. We want to express our deepest gratitude to our Honorable Vice Chancellor Madam for their blessing, guidance, support for this conference. We would also like to thank our chief guest, Dr. Amita Devji, for her presence and sharing knowledge, insight, and experience. Your contributions have enriched our understanding and inspired us to strive for excellence. We would also like to thank our Dean, Dr. Sunita Ratan, for their constant support for this event. A special word of thanks goes to all the eminent speakers, sponsors, and partners for their generous support and commitment, without which this event would not have been possible. Your dedication to fostering growth and innovation is truly commendable. I also want to thank our organizing committee, volunteers, faculty, and staff who have worked tirelessly behind the scene to ensure smooth execution of this event. Last but not the least, I would also like to thank each and every attendee for your active participation, enthusiasm, and engagement throughout the event. Your presence will add immense value to our discussion and networking session. I cannot thank everyone enough for their involvement they have shown and willingness they have expressed for completing the task beyond their comfort zones. I wish you all have a wonderful learning experience ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. I would request Dr. Amarnath Mishra, sir, and Dr. Himanshu Khajuria, sir, to please felicitate Dr. Sunita Ratan, ma'am. Thank you so much, sir. We will now take a very short break for high tea. Please head over to the foyer to enjoy some refreshments. It is requested to everyone to be back to your seats by 11:30 as we continue with the remaining session.
I would also like to invite Dr. Amarnath Mishra sir and Dr. Himanshu Khajuria sir to join our session chairs. Okay. It is an honor to welcome Dr. Ashok Kumar Jaswal to our esteemed conference. Dr. Ashok Kumar Jaswal, a highly accomplished chemist with postgraduate and PhD degrees, specializes in forensic chemistry and chemistry. He works at AIMS, New Delhi, guiding students, publishing prolifically, and serving in editorial roles for prestigious journals. Dr. Jaswal has received awards for his research and actively contributes to academic and scientific societies nationally and internationally. We welcome you, sir.
It's my pleasure to welcome our next session chair, Mr. K.C. Varshne, an esteemed figure in the forensic ballistics. With rich background spanning roles as senior scientific officer, assistant director, and currently serving as the deputy director and in charge of RFSL Chanakyapuri, New Delhi. He brings unparalleled expertise to the table, having examined over 6,000 cases and countless exhibits. His insights are invaluable. Not only is he a seasoned professional, but also a dedicated educator by delivering various lectures in academies and universities. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to our esteemed session chair. We welcome you, sir.
On behalf of everyone, I would like to call upon Dr. Amarnath Mishra sir to felicitate Dr. A.K. Jaswal sir. Mishra sir, please felicitate Dr. Varshne sir too. And also Dr. Himanshu Khajuria sir.
Good morning, everyone. Now, I would like to call upon our first keynote speaker, Dr. G.S. Sodhi sir. Dr. G.S. Sodhi sir earned his PhD degree from Delhi University and superannuated as professor in chemistry and forensic science at SGTB Khalsa College, Delhi University. Dr. G.S. Sodhi published 200 research papers, filed 9 Indian patents, completed 12 research projects, and received multiple awards for his work in forensic science. His book entitled Indian Civilization and the Science of Fingerprinting was published by the Publication Division, Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, Government of India in 2013. He is a member of International Fingerprint Research Group and has organized several symposia and training courses in forensic science for students, teachers, army officers, Indian and overseas police personnel. Now I request sir to share his valuable insights on the topic transition from face specific to broad spectrum fingerprint composition. Please join us to extending a warm welcome to Dr. G.S. Sodhi, sir. Over to you.
Uh, Thank you, ma'am, for the nice introduction. I'm really thankful to the organizing committee of this illustrious conference for giving me a chance to share my findings in fingerprints as a keynote address. Fingerprints are the most infallible means of identification. Uh, here they go. Yeah. So they are the most infallible means of identification. And when they are found at the scene of crime, they prove to be the most potent and the most important individual evidence. I permeated into the arena of fingerprint research more than two decades ago when I came across a crime report pertaining to the kidnapping of a girl child. She was 7 years old, was proceeding to her school from her home in Tennessee. She was waylaid by a few persons and carried to an undisclosed location by a car. Miraculously, she escaped the dungeon of the kidnappers and somehow managed to reach home safely. After about 4 days, the police found an abandoned vehicle in a suburb of Tennessee. They took the girl to that car and asked her whether that was the vehicle in which she was kidnapped. She replied in affirmative. She said, "Yes, I was taken away in the same car." But when the car was scanned, it yielded the finger impressions of 3 or 4 adults, but the fingerprints of the girl were not there inside the car. Both the police and the parents concluded that she was pointing to the wrong vehicle. She was too small to recall the make or the registration number of the car, and they thought that the two cars must be of the same color. That's why she is saying that she was in the same vehicle. She kept insisting that she was in the car, but no one was prepared to believe her. But after about a week, the kidnappers were rounded up, and they confessed to using the same car which the girl had pointed out. And now arose the big question that if the child was in the car, where had her fingerprints vanished? Well, this is a very common knowledge that fingerprints are the crisscross lines on our fingertips. Nature has provided them to us so that we may have a firm grip of the object we intend to hold. What you cannot see over here are that these ridges are all along studded with small holes which are called sweat pores. And as the name implies, sweat continuously oozes out of those holes, which means that if I keep my finger on any surface, I leave behind a deposition of sweat exactly in the same pattern as is the design on my fingertips. But I cannot see that pattern because sweat is colorless. So they are called latent, hidden fingerprints or latent fingerprints. Now, latent fingerprint sweat, it contains 99% water, 0.5% organic molecules, and 0.5% inorganic ions. All that is required to transform a latent fingerprint into a visible impression is to select one or more constituents of sweat and by some physical or chemical means transform it into a color derivative. The most common technique to detect fingerprints are the powders, the powder method. They tag the water and the oily components of sweat. Oily component means low boiling organic compounds in the sweat. Each powder contains two broad chemicals. One is adhesive and the other is colorant. And as I have shown symbolically over here, the adhesive it gets absorbed on the moisture and oily components of sweat, and the colorant gets absorbed on the adhesive. So it's a phenomenon of double absorption. I've also shown here 3 fingerprints on each representative surface: paper, which is porous, glossy paper, which is semi-porous, and glass, which is non-porous, by a powder which was prepared by us, which was innovated by us. It's based on a food dye, tartrazine. And all these impressions are about 72 hours old. So you can imagine it's a very simple technique. But there are problems with it. Each fingerprint kit it costs about 50 to 70,000 rupees. It contains a number of compositions, and each composition is surface specific. So before you apply the powder, you have to, have a knowledge of the color, the nature, and the texture of the evidence. Unfortunately, the police personnel who go to the crime scene, the lower level police personnel, I'm talking of that, not a forensic scientist, they don't know the chemistry of fingerprint development. And they use the powders randomly. My students, they used to very frequently go to the crime scene with the mobile crime team of Delhi police, and they would report back that they'll pick up just one powder and start using it without bothering whether it was giving results or not. So since that time, it was in our mind that why not innovate a single composition which can have multiple applications so that they don't have to apply their mind over there. Then this is another technique. We tried this also, ninhydrin, if we can extend its applications. But this tags the protein content of sweat, and colored derivative, Ruhmann's purple, gets deposited along the ridges. But this technique is applicable only to porous surfaces or semi-porous surfaces, not to the others. And it has a drawback that ninhydrin is a covalent compound. You cannot dissolve it in water. You have to use an organic solvent. And these days, everyone writes with ball pen or gel pen. And if the document is important, if it's a legal document, when you spray ninhydrin, the calligraphic scripts, it gets despoiled. But this was, otherwise it's a very good technique. And this was the one which was used in the kidnapping case of the Tennessee girl. And when the persons who were sitting next to her in the car, including the driver, their fingerprints could be detected, but the girl's fingerprints were nowhere there. Then the Federal Bureau of Investigation took up the matter and studied it from scratch. And they hit upon a very important discovery, very interesting discovery, I should say, that protein, they are the chains of, they are the polymers of amino acids. The protein chain in children is smaller as compared to those of adults. I mean, it grows with age, as I have shown symbolically over here. The size of a molecule has profound influence on both physical and chemical properties. As the size increases, the van der Waals forces of attraction increase. And as van der Waals forces of attraction increase, or for that matter, any attraction, ionic, covalent, hydrogen bonding, when it increases, the substance transitions from gaseous state to the liquid state and finally to the solid state. Its melting point increases, its boiling point increases, which means if I keep my finger over here, maybe after 1 month, a fingerprint expert may spray ninhydrin and detect it. But if a small child is there, the protein content, the boiling point will be quite low, and the sweat contents, especially the proteins, it will evaporate. That was the reason why the child's fingerprint could not be detected in the car. Now, this was something very interesting, but as I said, it was also very alarming. Because if the nature itself destroys the evidence, then naturally the criminals feel more emboldened. And what about a tropical country like India, where 8 out of 12 month temperature hovers around 30 degrees Celsius? Even the adult protein content is likely to evaporate. So during that time, a report came from Scotland Yard. It was a hypothesis that if someone prepares a powder made up of nanoparticles, very small particles, having diameter of 10 to the power minus 9 meters, then even if a little bit of oily components or little bit of water is left in the sweat, it will tag them and it will develop fingerprints. Chances are it will develop even the most faint fingerprints. So based on this hypothesis, we started working on it. We took nanoparticles of alumina, Al2O3, about 40 nanometer size, and we coated them with 2 substances. First was a bean seed powder extract. This contains polysaccharides, and polysaccharides have got adhesive properties, so that wherever we spray the powder, it will stick over there. And the next was a fluorescent dye. We took crystal violet. Fluorescent means that it will shine if you are having a light source, and if the fingerprint is faint, if it is fragmented, if it is weak, we can enhance it. So based on this research, this had wider application. The powder worked on both absorbent, non-absorbent surfaces. a larger number of surfaces, and it gave a more clear fingerprint impressions. Once again, I like to show you three representative cases: metal, paper, and this was, again, glossy paper, where I've shown it in the fluorescent state. Now, this was certainly much better than the conventional powders, but again, the problem was that this powder did not work on despoiled surfaces. These days, even the criminals are intelligent. They know that they will be caught on the basis of fingerprint evidence. As I said, it's the most important individual evidence. So they always endeavor to erase their fingerprints from the crime scene. And it's not at all difficult. You commit a crime and you spray water on the crime scene, the fingerprints will get washed away. You commit a crime and set the room on fire, the fingerprints will get charred. Stab someone with a knife and bury the knife beneath soil. When the police takes it out, mud and clay, sand, everything is clinging to it. They'll wash it, and once you wash it, the fingerprints are also washed out. So we moved to our next innovation, using for the first time a phase transfer catalyst in fingerprint research. Catalyst, you all understand, anything which enhances the speed of a reaction. Phase transfer catalyst is a recent innovation, a recent induction in chemical sciences, that if there are two substances, A, which is a solid, B, which is solution, they will not react, even in the presence of the most potential catalyst. But phase transfer catalyst, as the name implies, it can bring a liaison between them. As I said, sweat has more than a dozen chemicals, and most of them retain their state, their original state, once they are deposited on a surface. Sodium will remain sodium, potassium will remain potassium, amino acids will remain amino acids. But sweat also contains calcium and magnesium. And once they are deposited on the surface, on the evidence, I should say, immediately they react with air and they are transformed into calcium oxide or magnesium oxide, and later on into calcium carbonate, magnesium carbonate. They are all insoluble compounds. They have one big advantage, rather they have two big advantages. Firstly, a solid is not going to evaporate. And secondly, because it is insoluble in water, you can hope to detect fingerprints on moist surfaces also. But the question is how to make them react with the developing reagent, which is generally in solution. Our developing reagent in this case was rose bengal, again a dye. If I take a solution of calcium chloride in a test tube and I add a few drops of rose bengal, I get a purple colored precipitate. And now I am tempted that calcium is there in my sweat also. If I spray it on the fingerprint, latent fingerprint, I should get purple colored prints, but I don't get it. When I add phase transfer catalyst, it's a very broad term. There are many phase transfer catalysts. I used tertiary tetrabutyl ammonium iodide. So this catalyst brings a liaison between rose bengal, which is the colorant in my case, and calcium oxide or magnesium oxide. And this had multiple applications. It can detect fingerprints on absorbent, non-absorbent, and even on semi-absorbent surfaces. I have listed the surfaces over here. Virtually everything. And to show you a few examples, this is on paper and glossy paper, porous and semi-porous. Then lamination sheet, aluminium foil, and glass. Even on sellotapes, which are considered to be quite difficult surfaces. And this is a special type of tape, duct tape. This is the one which is used by suicide bombers to tie explosives around their bodies. Remember how Rajiv Gandhi was killed. It was with the same tape that the explosives were tied. Now, it was extremely difficult. This particular role was gifted to me by Australian Federal Police, and slightly changing the composition, slightly increasing the concentration of rose bengal, it was possible to detect fingerprints even on this difficult surface. Well, we thought that this is the end. We have achieved our goal. But then the problem was that on porous surfaces, this would lead to, even on tapes, it will lead to a background color. So the contrast became difficult. And for that reason, we moved to the next surface. This is on thermocol and polythene for conventional evidence. If we dip it with water, as I said, calcium oxide, magnesium oxide, they are insoluble in water. So this spoon was dipped for 12 hours in water, and after that we tried it, applied the reagent, and we could detect the fingerprints. If we heat it up till 200 degrees centigrade, it gave results, not beyond that. But again, the problem was that it leads, the background color becomes purple, the fingerprint is also purple, so there is some problem of contrast over here. With that, we move to the next method, a common method, small particle reagent, which is known to leave fingerprints on conventional crime scene evidence as well as on moist crime scene evidence. The conventional method is that you use molybdenum disulfide, suspend it in detergent water mixture. And again, it's quite efficient, but there are certain shortcomings. Firstly, molybdenum disulfide. Molybdenum is a heavy metal. It's toxic in nature. The reagent is very costly. The color is dark gray. So if the evidence itself is of dark color, again, the question of contrast comes. The limitation of contrast comes. We modified it. Instead of molybdenum disulfide, we used basic zinc carbonate and boron nitride, a mixture. And as colorant, we used a fluorescent dye, basic yellow 40. To make it free flow, we used lycopodium, and to prevent the formation of lumps, zinc stearate, and also a binder, gum arabic. This dry mixture lifted fingerprints on conventional surface, on conventional evidence. And if it was unconventional, if it was a difficult one, if it was lifted from despoiled crime scenes, all we had to do was to suspend it in a water surfactant mixture. So as I've shown over here, this particular composition can be used in two states, either in dry state, where it worked on porous, non-porous and semi-porous surfaces, or in a suspended state. And the surfactant which we used was a common detergent. It covered almost everything: metals, plastic, tiles, crockery, and paper items. The method was very simple. You had to spray the reagent, and if the evidence was small, you can dip it in the developing solution. Wait for 1 minute, take it out, wash it under water, dry it, and then you can impinge light, ultraviolet light, 505 to 550 nm, and it gives yellow fluorescence. Once again, this aluminium foil, up till 118 hours, that means almost after 5 days, it gave clear fingerprints. Thereafter, the quality deteriorated. This aluminium foil, it was, it was buried under soil for 12 hours, and then it has become crumpled, but the fingerprint is clear. After 10 hours, and on, we heated this evidence. Up till 260 it gave. With phase transfer catalyst, it was just 200. It is up till 260. We put it in an oven, and in order to imitate the actual arson sites, we put a few filter papers and newspapers to generate soot, because soot interferes with the development of fingerprints. So we wanted to test whether in this case it does or not. Thereafter, we spray it with water. Please remember, in actual arson site, the fingerprint examiner or the forensic scientist comes later. The fire brigade personnel are there at, they are the first one to arrive. Their duty is not to collect the evidence, but to douse the fire. So they randomly spray water. So once again, in order to go very close to that, we first spray it with water and then spray it with the developing solution. And you can see up till 260, we have got it. Well, we wanted to be very sure. This is on dry items, glass and glossy paper, where we use only powder. We did not suspend it in water. This reagent tags the lipid content of sweat. Lipid is hydrophobic. Detergent has one end hydrophobic, the other opposite end is hydrophilic. So the hydrophobic end interacts with lipids. The hydrophilic end interacts with basic zinc carbonate. And this whole adduct adsorbs basic yellow 40, and we get yellow colored fingerprints. We had prepared another reagent prior to this, where we use only basic zinc carbonate without boron nitride. And crystal violet was the dye, and detergent was there as a surfactant. Now this, we wanted to compare it with a new innovation. So we put a latent fingerprint on aluminum foil, cut it into two. One half we developed with the previous reagent and one half with the new one. And you can see with presence of boron nitride, it makes the finger ridges very clear and more sharp. Moreover, the previous reagent, it did lift fingerprints only from moist surfaces, not from those which were lifted from arsen sites or those which are buried under soil or snow, and only on non-porous surfaces. But here again, there was a problem that if the non-porous surface had sprinkling of blood on it, which normally a weapon has, then crystal violet reacted with the hemoglobin content of blood and the fingerprint gets spoiled. It got smudged. With this reagent, no such problem arose. Of course, there are still some limitations. Our reagent doesn't work on currency notes, but we have given it for trial to the mobile crime team. We're just waiting for their report, and maybe in due time, we can remove those shortcomings. In due time, we can go further beyond 260 degrees centigrade. Let's see what the outcome is. And once I have it, I'll be very glad to share that with you. But right now, all I can say is that this reagent, this formulation works on all types of surfaces, irrespective of the color. It works on dry items. It works on those which are exposed to water. It works on those which are exposed to heat. It works on those which are buried under soil. The shelf life in dry state is 1 year. In wet state, it is just 6 weeks. Developing time is just 2 minutes, only 2 minutes. No sophisticated instrument is required. No costly equipment is required. With that, as I said, we are waiting for the report, and I'll be very glad to share that report with you once it comes. Thank you so much.
Now the session is open for question and answers.
Any question? Thank you, Dr. Sodi, for giving this broad spectrum of the fingerprint composition. Yes, please.
Sir, your reagent is actually detecting the calcium oxide residues, right? From the fingerprints. Is it what it is? And if there is any other source of calcium oxide, then it might interfere in the overall development.
Not this reagent, the previous one, phase transfer catalyst.
Okay.
That was one which fixed calcium oxide in sweat. In sweat. Of course, if the surface has calcium oxide, then of course it will not work. But the last reagent doesn't fix calcium oxide, it fixes the lipid content of sweat.
Okay, thank you.
Any more question?
Fingerprint on the same surface. How can we identify
Overlapping fingerprints, they have to be separated. I mean, it's not so simple, but please appreciate that to identify a person, there are almost 80 to 85 characters, fingerprint characters. According to Indian law, you need only 8 of them. So even if it is overlapping, I think there must be some technique to remove, separate them. And if not, 8 characters can still be identified. Okay, there are 85, just 10% are required.
Thank you.
हेलो सर, फिंगरप्रिंट पाउडर जो यूज हो रहे हैं उसमें क्या हैवी मेटल हमने डिटेक्ट करी है, मरकरी, मतलब मरकरी का क्या यूज है, मैं जानना चाह रहा था आपसे।
मरकरी
हैवी फिंगरप्रिंट पाउडर पे हम लोग कर रहे हैं, डबल एस पे काम कर रहे हैं, तो उसमें ना एक स्टूडेंट है मेरे पास, उसमें मरकरी हमें डिटेक्ट हुई है, तो क्या मरकरी का कोई यूज है फिंगरप्रिंट पाउडर में?
स्वेट के अंदर मरकरी है?
नहीं, फिंगरप्रिंट पाउडर के अंदर सर।
पाउडर में मरकरी तो आजकल बैन है
सर, लेकिन आ रही है ना उसमें।
No, I think you change your substance. Mercury is it's very toxic, you know.
हमारे पास 6 सैंपल है तो उसमें से कम 2-3 सैंपल में मरकरी मिली है।
किस में था? कलरेंट में था, एडहेसिव में था?
सर नहीं, हमने जो फिंगरप्रिंट पाउडर है उनको डाइजेस्ट किया और एनालिसिस किया मरकरी के लिए, मतलब हेवी मेटल एनालिसिस किया तो उसमें
this is very wrong. मतलब it can pose occupational hazard. It's very wrong. पाउडर यूज करना नहीं चाहिए।
हाँ, तो
मरकरी बहुत पहले से बैन हो चुका है।
तो पाउडर ही यूज, मतलब पाउडर पे ही उस स्टूडेंट का ना पाउडर पे ही काम है, तो वो पाउडर को ही यूज कर रही है, मतलब हेवी मेटल एनालिसिस हम लोग कर रहे हैं, उसमें चेक कर रहे हैं।
नहीं, वो प्लीज उसको मत यूज करिए, तो मत यूज करिए। No role of
This might be in traces. It is coming due to the, but that should be checked. It is a permissible limit or not. Because every chemical having some residual amount of the heavy metals. We have to check it is a permissible limit we can use or not. Traces are heavy metal will present in all chemicals. Generally, if you are taking any laboratory chemicals, there are also few ppb, few ppt are available. We have to check their concentration, how much is there. It is under safe use, then we can use. If it is amount is beyond that limit, then we should not use. If you are using, then again we have to take the proper precautions.
Moreover, find out what's the use of mercury. उसका कोई फायदा है उसमें?
There is checking, I think, there is a heavy metals are there not. There is intentionally, it has been not mixed the heavy this mercury. It has come traces little bit, trace part. There is no role, I think, the development of this latent fingerprint, etc.
It must be a contaminant.
Yeah.
Must be a contaminant.
Another techniques you have checked by the AS, it should be re-verified by another instrumental technique. What amount you got, that is correct or not. What chemicals are using, there is should be no instrumental error, no extraction error, lot of these others chances are there. So contamination you have to check first in your experimentation, then you come on this, you can come on.
I can assure you there is no use of mercury in detection of fingerprints. That much I can assure you.
Any more question?
So following to second last question about the overlapping of fingerprints. Sir, my question is that how to separate all the overlapping fingerprints, as well the circumstantial evidences are supporting two of the fingerprints. So how can we judge the real one?
See, I think there must be some software. I'm not aware of it. Some software must be there to separate them out.
Okay, sir.
Good morning. This is Dr. Pervez Zain. I'm the DG DNA Lab, Dhaka, Bangladesh. This my question or supplement what you said. The thing is that we are now in the era of molecular biology. The traditional fingerprint maybe nowadays by plastic surgery they can change it, but the sweat from the sweat, if you do the DNA profile, I think it is a more authentic one and more accuracy and more relevance. And I want to know about your opinion. That's it. No question. Thank you for your nice presentation.
Thank you so much. But you know, each technique has its own importance. DNA, certainly, it's a very advanced technique, right? But then for DNA, you should have, you know, some other source also. You should have the same body fluid from some relative and some others, so to identify. And moreover, for identical twins, it will not work. Yeah, from sweat you have taken, but to identify whether the person is same or not, you can do it from one. You have to again collect sweat from the same person. Okay, so fingerprints, ordinary fingerprints of which I spoke, even if a person leaves, you have his fingerprints, you have the record in criminal record offices, you can just, their method to classify it. And as I said, for identical twins, DNA doesn't work. I hope you agree with me.
Hello, greeting.
Hmm?
There is a big question mark about the recovery of DNA from the switch.
Yeah.
What is the success rate? That's a big question in itself. It's very low, very low.
Sir, don't mind it. I met a counterpart of yours in India, same position as yours, and what he says, I'm just quoting him, कि जब 1000 रुपए की टेक्निक आ जाती है तो 10 रुपए वाली लोग भूल जाते हैं. That is the thing.
Greetings, everyone. Sir, my question is, in case of chance print, is it possible to determine the chance print belongs to left side or right side?
Yeah, with experience you can. Yeah, you can do that.
Thank you, sir.
Any more questions? Okay, I would like to express our sincere thanks to GS Sodhi sir for sharing his insights and expertise with us today. His lecture was enlightening and we are grateful for his contribution to our event. Thank you, sir.
Next, I would like to call upon Dr. Rajendra Singh Chandel from Punjabi University, Patiala. He has a research experience of 22 years. His expertise includes DNA forensics, wildlife forensics, and forensic chemistry with international experience as a visiting professor. He has published more than 84 research papers in national and international journals. Also, he has conducted numerous training courses on wildlife forensics and illegal trade. We are indeed fortunate to have him with us today. Now, I request Sir to share his valuable insights on the topic FTR spectroscopy applications in wildlife forensics. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Dr. Rajendra Singh, sir.
So, good morning, everyone. So, before I start, so firstly, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me here and providing me this opportunity to interact with this August gathering. I convey my best wishes to the organizers, particularly Dr. Mishra, for organizing this wonderful conference. And in the next 40 to 45 minutes, I will take to you one of the most gray area in the field of forensics. That is the wildlife forensics. So regarding this technique, regarding this particular field, to begin with, I will take you to the background so that you can get some idea about the problem, the gravity of the problem. And then towards the end, I will discuss with you the latest, the cutting edge technology where we are working for the analysis of evidentiary materials which are encountered in the wildlife investigations. So can you please switch off the lights a little bit on the dais, on the stage? Okay, is this visible to everyone? Okay. Can I have the remote, please? Yeah. So I will start with a famous quote from Abraham Lincoln, the 16th president of United States of America, a true statesman. There are many presidents, they come and go, but there are some which leave their impressions, their footprints on the sand of history. They make history. One of them was Abraham Lincoln. He famously said that law without enforcement is just a good advice. I hope you will agree with me. There is no point in having a law if you are not able to enforce it. And forensic science helps a lot and give its lots of inputs as far as the successful implementation of various type of laws is concerned. So to begin with this particular field, the conservation of wildlife is a global concern. Every year, a large number of wild animals and plants, they are poached to meet the demands, to meet the greed of mankind, and which has rendered various wild species endangered, and to meet the demands of illegal trade, which is referred as the wildlife trade. In this particular trade, the wild animals are posed for a variety of body parts like meat, hair, antlers, horns, glands like musk pod and gallbladder. Here I mentioned the bear bile because it's commonly referred as the bear bile. Horns, claws, teeth, ivory, shells, bones, and whatnot. And to add to the woes, see, these body parts are further encountered in highly furnished and processed parts like traditional Chinese medicine, leather bags, purses, trophies, ornaments, combs, brushes, glass frames, and whatnot. The gravity of crime is such from these figures, from these graphics, you can very well see that almost every form of life, made with the reptiles, mammals, birds, invertebrates, they are pumped into this form of crime. And every part of mammals, you can see, right from the skin, horn, pelts, right, everything. So there is a small video which will show you about the gravity of the problem. It is from the traffic. Okay, I think the video is not working. Anyhow, I will discuss with some of the famous cases in India as well. There are certain cases, there are certain seizures made by the law enforcement agencies, particularly by the Wildlife Crime Control Bureau of India. This is a seizure related to the tiger skins. It was all the cases which I am going to discuss with you, they are in the year 2022. This seizure was made from Hardwar, Uttarakhand. This is from Ludhiana, Punjab, leopard skins. Then this is snow leopard skin recovered from Siliguri, West Bengal. Again, a leopard skin from Madhya Pradesh. Then these are the tiger bones from Guwahati, Assam. These are Shatu shawls, right, from Okhla, Delhi. Again, this is the ivory from Coimbatore. Then again ivory from the Kamrup, Assam. Then Hooghly, Kolkata. Right, more ivory cases from Mumbai, from Jaipur. Look there, Tamil Nadu, Madurai. Then these are the pangolin scales from Bihar. More scales, pangolin scales from Madhya Pradesh, from Guwahati, Assam, Kamrup, Assam. Then this is from Assam, Sonapur. Then these are the hemipenis of monitor lizard. When you think about its uses, right, it is believed that they bring prosperity to the owner. And they are available on leading e-commerce websites like Amazon. This is the gallbladder of bear, seized from Rudrapur, Uttarakhand. These are the mongoose hair from, these are certain makeup brushes made from the mongoose fur. Then this is a antler of a deer from Madhya Pradesh. So this is the scale. See, across India, across globe, across species, across various forms of life, it's there. And it's all about to meet the illegal demands of trade in the wildlife. And among various illegal trades, right, like drug smuggling, arms smuggling, human trafficking, counterfeit drugs, and so on, it is ranked second, only after the illegal trade of drug smuggling as far as the monetary profit is concerned. And it goes to the tune of $53 billion a year. It's a massive trade. And can anyone guess where this particular money goes, this black money goes? It goes on to sponsor other illegal trades like terrorism. So this particular form of crime, it's not posing danger to the environment, but also to the general security of many nations. So in order to check and arrest this form of crime, the government of India enacted the Wildlife Protection Act in the year 1972. In this act, various species which are endangered, they have been provided protection in the 6 schedules. Schedule 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6. 5 I am deliberately skipping here, depending upon the degree of endangerment. In the Schedule 1, the most endangered species, referred as the critically endangered species, they are listed. In the Schedule 2, there are the threatened species, then there are the vulnerable species, and in the Schedule 5, there are the vermins, the species which pose threat to the human life. They can be killed. So they are also listed, they are listed in the Schedule 5. In the Schedule 6, the plant species are there which are endangered. So all the species which have been provided protection, they are referred as the protected species. They are also referred as the scheduled species. So any sort of trade, any sort of their poaching, any sort of their killing, any sort of their teasing, it amounts an offense under this act. So there are around 915 species which have been provided protection in India. This act takes care of regulation of hunting. It also takes care of the control of trade in the wildlife products. And at the same time, it also prescribes the penalties for the offenses. Since this particular form of crime, it is at the global level, it is across the borders. So to arrest the crime at the international level, we have this international treaty referred as the CITES. Full form is Convention on International Trade in the Endangered Species of Wild Flora and Fauna. It was enacted in Washington, D.C. on 3rd of March, 1973. And till date, including India, there are 183 countries which are signatory to it. So various protected species, they are listed in the 3 appendices, Appendix 1, Appendix 2, Appendix 3. And in these 3 appendices, around 5,000 animals and 29,000 plant species, they are listed. So what is the need of forensics? As I have started off with a quotation from Abraham Lincoln, that law without enforcement is just a good advice. So here comes the forensics for the implementation of these laws. So for the successful implementation of these laws, it is mandatory to identify the material correctly, to which species that particular material, that particular body part or its product belongs. If it belongs to a unprotected species or a domestic species, it is not an offense. But if it belongs to a protected species, then it amounts to an offense. So whole of the case depends upon the forensic opinion on this matter, whether that recovered material belongs to a protected species or not. Identification of species and then subsequently in which schedule it falls. If it is in a Schedule 1 listed species, it's a very serious offense. The imprisonment can go up to 7 years. It is a non-bailable offense. But unfortunately, majority of the cases in the court of law fails in our country. Reason, lack of evidence against the perpetrators. And reason behind that is lack of forensic facility in our country. I can count on my fingers the number of labs which have this particular facility, right? In terms of infrastructure, I can count the number of experts, the manpower we have right now to deal with this type of offenses, keeping in view the gravity of this crime. Anyhow, what type of the cases are there in the wildlife crime? First, poaching. It's just like analogy I can draw is the murder of some human being. It's the poaching of the animal. So there you can get the materials like blood, hair, they are transferred as transfer evidence, just as the offenses against human being, right? Second type of the cases is the illegal trade, as I have just mentioned, for the purpose of money. There you have to identify the species. Then third one, authentication of the wildlife. The demand is so high that the market is influxed with the fake products. You will get fake skins, you will get fake ivory, right? So in order to provide justice to the innocent people, to stop that harassment, so technique should be such that they can identify the material immediately at the scene of at the seizure itself, that whether it is a genuine material or it's a fake. That's the first level approach we have to adopt as a law enforcement agency, right? So things we are working in that direction. So in all these type of the cases, the major job in our hand as forensic scientists is the identification of the species, right? Secondly, and it's very rare, right, less than 3-4% cases, that the geographical origin from which part of the country this particular material has come. So if, say for example, if some skin of tiger is recovered, from where it has come up, whether it is coming from the down south Periyar, or it is coming from the Ranthambore, or it is coming from Madhya Pradesh, the Panna, or it is coming from this Uttarakhand, from where it is coming, right? So that the law enforcement agencies or the forest officer, they can take necessary steps to conserve the wildlife there on those particular places. And very rarely individual identification may be needed, sometimes in cases related to the man-animal conflict, in order to identify the man-eaters or certain type of the cases. Then parentage cases are also there, sex identification may be needed. Sometimes the age of confiscated samples may also be required. But by and large, major chunk of the cases, they are related with the identification of the species. So forensic analysis, one way or other way, all of people sitting here, they belong to forensic science, directly or indirect. So forensic analytical job, directly or indirectly, it is related to the identification. Identification of the individual, identification of the species, identification of the material, right? Voice identification, anything. It's related to the identification. So the major challenge in the forensics is that there is no control over the quantity and quality of the sample. The sample, most of the times it is degraded. It is very poor in quality, either degraded or it is adulterated. In case of drugs, it's rarely you will get the pure samples. Secondly, the quantity, most of the time it's poor. Very rarely you are lucky that you get sample in the ample quantity, right? So that's why before going to the forensic analysis, before subjecting any sample to the forensic analysis, there is a thumb rule in the forensics that the destructive techniques should be used only and only when there is no non-destructive alternative is left. Means first priority should be given to the non-destructive techniques, means the techniques which doesn't consume, the techniques which don't consume sample during analysis. Means even if you don't get results, you can subject, you still have the sample and you can further analyze with other techniques. But if you apply the destructive technique on the first time, then it will consume the sample, you are not left with the sample anymore. And that's a big problem later. So this is just an example on this matter. A very, very common material in human as well as in the wildlife cases, that's the hair related material. Hair you will get in two forms. One, plucked hair, another, the shed hair. The plucked hair, they are with the root, and the shed hair, they are devoid of root. The forensic implication is that from the plucked hair, you can get the DNA because root is there, cellular material is there, but from the shed hair, you can't get the DNA. Now, what type of the sample you have, that's the limitation on the part of sample. What type of the sample you have? If you have shed hair, then you can concentrate on the what? You can concentrate on this morphometry. It's morphological examination, the cuticle scale pattern, the medulla, and so on. Or the protein typing, right? By using SDS page or isoelectric focusing or two-dimensional electrophorces, you can do from that the keratin profiles, keratin protein profiles. But if you have the root, then you can directly go to a DNA because it's more conclusive technique. So in forensics, I have prepared a flow chart, right? First step is the sample assessment for its quality and quantity. If its morphology is intact, like whole skull is available, right? You can do the morphological examination because it's a non-destructive approach. Just identify those morphological markers, you can identify the species. Fine. But if that bone, if that skull, if it's fragmented, the morphological characteristics, they are no longer available, then what to do? You can't do the morphological analysis. Morphological analysis has advantage that it's a non-destructive approach. It doesn't consume the sample. So meaning is that here, what I want to convey, that non-destructive approach should be given the priority over the destructive approach. So if morphology compromised, you can go for the sample preparation, then DNA extraction, then the DNA quantitation, and then the amplification with the universal primers and the sequencing. For the bacteria, if you have bacterial sample, then the standard region is the 16S RNA gene. In case of plants, you have a combination of markers like METK, RBCL, and so on. In case of animals, for the identification of species, we have the cytochrome B gene or the CO1 gene, cytochrome oxidase 1. It's also referred as the universal barcode in case of animals. And in case of fungus, in case of fungi, you have this ITS gene. So these are the markers, DNA markers, which we use for the identification of species in these forms of. So we amplify them, we sequence them. If we get the readable sequences, okay, then search for the database or compare the sequence generated from the reference samples. Compare it with the gene bank. We have a database in the gene bank, right? Then we have a database EMBL for the European countries. Then we have BOLD, barcode of life database. It exclusively deals with the barcodes, right? And then you can identify the species of the unknown sample, right? If the sequences, they are unreadable, and it's very common, and it's particularly, it's a problem where the samples, they are a mixed one, right? There you get this problem. The degraded DNA, highly degraded samples, you get this type of the problems. No copy number. The fingerprints, which you were talking about, the sweat, there's a low copy number. Very few cells, very few cells. How many copies will be there of the DNA? In a single cell, in a single diploid cell, there are 2 copies. How many cells would be there? How many copies would be there? And how to amplify those? It's a big problem in itself. Can you see those images, those signals on the gel? Right, through amplification or recovery? It's a big challenge. Ask anyone that what is the success rate of recovering DNA from the fingerprints? Or what is the success rate of recovering DNA from the bones even? It's very poor, very poor. And then if they are unreadable, then research is needed in that direction, that STR analysis using taxon species, specific primers, using next generation sequencing tools like snapshots, you can generate, mini sequences you can generate, but that's the area we need to work, where unreadable sequences are. But the DNA approach, you have to collaborate it with the morphological examination and you can submit your report. But things are that, if you're not able to get the results, there are cases in wildlife forensics, like tanned skins, leather. Have you ever seen your leather shoes or leather bags? Can you recover DNA from that? Anyone who is working in the field of DNA? Can you recover DNA from leather? The skin, when it goes through the process of tanning, there is a use of heavy chemicals. And there is every possible attempt to remove the cells whatsoever present there from that material, plus to dehydrate them. If any cell or any moisture remains in that material, it will stink. No one is going to buy that. It's very difficult to recover DNA. So what to do under these circumstances? So we have adopted a new approach, that is the vibration spectroscopy. My team here at Punjabi University Patiala, along with certain collaborators from WI Dehradun and others, we worked on the human forensics. We identified human blood, both peripheral as well as the menstrual blood, urine, the sex from the urine, and then from the nails, their identification, and even other body fluids. We worked heavily. You can check it on the Google Scholar. So one of my friends from WI, he came up to me that why not to use, you are working on the vibration spectroscopy, why not to use this technique to solve our problems related to the wildlife. So I immediately agreed to that. And when we worked into that direction, some wonderful results they are coming, certain very encouraging results they are coming up. I will share with you in the future course of action. So vibration spectroscopy, there are 2 techniques into that. One is the Raman spectroscopy, another is the IR spectroscopy. So spectroscopy, you know very well, it's the interaction of light. Light, when I say it's the electromagnetic radiations. It is the interaction of light with the matter. Matter here is the sample. So how electromagnetic radiations, they interact with the matter. This study is called the spectroscopy. So when you are using the IR light, it's called infrared spectroscopy. When you are going to use the UV light, it's called the UV spectroscopy. You are using the visible light of the EMR, that's called visible spectroscopy. When you are using the X-rays, it's called X-ray spectroscopy, and so on. So beauty about the IR spectroscopy is that, right, it is absorbed, but absorption of the light is such that it is unable, the energy contained by the IR is such that you can't expect the molecular or the electronic transitions. The energy is not that much. So what happens? Light is absorbed depending upon certain specificity of the bonds and other functional groups, but energy is sufficient enough to just make the bonds and the atoms there just to vibrate. They just vibrate. If I'm strong enough, then I can blow away this dice. Right? If I'm not that strong, then just a push, it will just vibrate. So this is the thing with the IR light. The energy is only that much that the bonds and the atoms they just vibrate. Okay, but the way they vibrate, that is very, very specific, that's very unique. So IR spectroscopy measures the infrared radiation frequencies which are absorbed by a material. IR energy is absorbed by a material at frequencies of vibrations of the interatomic bonds, the chemical bonds, which are present in every material. So they are of different types, symmetric, antisymmetric, deformation vibrations, and so on. But the limitation of IR spectroscopy is that, the selection criteria is that only those molecules can be analyzed, only those molecules are IR active which have the dipole moment. The molecules which don't have the dipole moment, they are IR inactive. They cannot be analyzed with the help of IR light. Fine. So molecules like HCl, they are highly active, infrared active. Molecules like oxygen, the same type of that. Right? There is no difference in the electron activity. That's why there is no dipole moment. So they cannot be analyzed with the help of IR light. But fortunately, majority of the molecules, they have the difference in the electron activity. They have dipole moment, and that changes when those molecules they interact with the IR light. So beauty of the IR light is that IR absorption spectra, they are just unique like the fingerprints, right? They can be used. There is a fingerprint region in the IR light, in the mid IR, right? That's referred as, standard term is there. That's referred as the fingerprint region. So it gives you the identity of the molecule. You can identify that, right? How much light has been absorbed. From that, you can identify the quantity, the concentration of that material, that molecule in the sample. It's a quantitative approach. You can do that as well. So one of the form of IR spectroscopy is the ATR FTIR. ATR is the accessory for the sampling. Attenuated total reflectance. Right. The approach, the beauty of this approach is that it is totally non-destructive. It doesn't consume the sample. Sample preparation, whatsoever is needed, if it is needed, it's minimal. No chemical is used. That's why this is environment friendly technique. Right? Whatsoever techniques we are using, like DNA, it uses heavy chemicals. Ultimately, where that chemical goes, it goes into the environment. We are pumping that chemical into the environment. But here no chemical is used most of the times. Right? It is rapid. Within 2 minutes, you will get the spectra. Third thing, it's accurate. It's reliable. You can go for the statistical approach. Just like DNA, you can give the level of probability, the match probability. It's there. It's reliable. It's relatively inexpensive. Only one time cost is there. This instrument costs only around say 15 to 20 lakh rupees. Later on, there is no recurring cost involved in this particular instrument. It's eco-friendly, as I've just mentioned, because no chemical is used. That's why it's futuristic. It's portable. This much, hardly 2-3 kilograms in weight. You can easily carry it even to the scene of crime. It's portable modes. They are available right now. Sample analysis, I won't go into much details because paucity of time. So some of the work which we have carried out. First work we carried out is related to the differentiation of claws of the wild cats. It is a major problem. You see the picture speaks in itself. Along with the skin and bones, claws are the most sought after articles in the market related to the wildcats. The claws are used to make pendants, sculptures, items of religious worship and traditional Chinese medicine. There is very high demand. Because of that, there is also influx of fake claws in the market. So this was the problem, to identify the genuine claws, to differentiate them from the fake. One thing. Second, the second level was to identify the species, whether it belongs to the most common species, that tiger or leopard. Can we differentiate their claws? That was the objective of this particular work. And there were certain cases. One was from the Jammu, and this one was from the Bandhavgarh Tiger Reserve, Madhya Pradesh. So generally, what we do in the forensics, first approach, the burn test. Just burn the sample in a flame and just smell. Order test. If it's giving a characteristic sulfur, because there are disulfide bonds, it's a keratin. If you give you the characteristic sulfur smell, okay, it's claw. It's a highly subjective method. It is there. It is used, still used in many labs. It consumes the sample as well. Second, morphometrical analysis. How does the length, the variation, and other thing, length, breadth, angle, and so on. But it varies in both the sexes of the same species, male, female, and then age-wise, these parameters, they change. That's why there's a problem with the morphological analysis. No doubt it's non-destructive approach. Third one, the X-ray analysis. But this is used only to differentiate the genuine claw from the fake claws. In the genuine claw, if you get the radiograph, it is the deposition of keratin, it's gradual. In case of fake, it is equal in all the parts of claw. It's a sign that it's a fake one. And last one is the DNA based approach. It's time consuming, it's a cost, it's there, and it's not environment friendly as well. Plus the recovery of DNA, it's very, very poor from claw. I think I have 10-15 minutes. Okay. So we took over this problem. This is a characteristic spectrum of the claw, of a cat claw. The information related to the different type of the stretchings and the functional groups which are involved. I won't go into the details, but this is an interesting thing here. You see, there are two spectra which we have overlapped with each other. One is of Royal Bengal tiger claws. Second one is of Indian leopard. These two species, they are very closely related to each other genetically. One is Panthera tigris tigris. That is a tiger. The leopard is the Panthera pardus. Genus is same, but species different. So their DNA is almost say 99% it's identical. And you can very well imagine, if they are so genetically close, the effects there in the phenotype as well. So their claws, particularly the adult claws, it's very, very difficult to differentiate from each other if you see with the naked eye. So same thing was translated into the eye spectra. You can see the spectra, I have overlapped. Same, the peaks are at the same wave number, same positions. But there are some minute differences. The variation is very, very small. But you cannot, if you analyze it only through the visual inspection, it's very difficult to differentiate. And it suffers from the subjectivity. So what to do? The chemometrics. It's a statistical approach. It can take out those minute differences in that data signals, in that chemical data signal. Okay, this is from the two words chemo plus metrics, measurement of chemical signals. Simplest possible definition. Technically, we can say that it's the use of mathematical and statistical operations in the field of science to analyze complex chemical data rapidly and objectively. So it is of many types. For the pattern recognition, and the regression method is there. For the pattern recognition, we have unsupervised methods. We have supervised methods, right? Like PCA, it's the unsupervised and supervised methods, the LDA, and then PLSD. So they will give you, PCA in particular, it's the exploratory tool. It gives you what's there in the data signals. Where are the variation points? They are called the principal components. It will sort out those. Majority of the variation will be given to you by the first three PCs, PC1, PC2, PC3. In combination, they will show the variation in the data up to around say 98 to 99%. They are most valuable. So by using these PCs, we further use the PCA, LDA or other techniques like PLSDA for the classification purpose. So this is a score plot of the IR data related to the claws of these two species. Here you can say again with the help of PCA, you can see that there is some variation. Fine, fake claws are also there. in the green. Okay, but hardly you can differentiate much. But if you apply, we further applied this model PLSDA, then you can see that we were able to differentiate these three samples, right, including the fake loss with 100% accuracy with R-square value 0.998, which is highly significant. So to conclude that regarding this study, the external and blind validation test, they confirmed the classification ability of this model with 100% accuracy, right? And this offers a very accurate, rapid, non-destructive, reliable alternative to the existing methods for the accurate identification and differentiation of the Royal Bengal tiger and the common Indian leopard claws. The same this was published in a very prestigious journal in the field of forensics. It's an official publication of Chartered Society of Forensic Scientists of UK. It's a very old journal, right from I think 1960s. Anyone in the field of forensics will bail me out, will endorse this. This is a very prestigious journal. It was published in this journal in the year 2019. So next problem which we carried out that was related to the Tibetan antelope or chiru. Scientific name of this animal is the Pantholops hawksoni. This animal is endemic to India, endemic to Tibetan plate, I should say. It's a high altitude mammal. And to cope up the harsh, cold climatic conditions, this has developed, the best fiber known to the mankind, the warmest known fiber to the mankind, referred as the shatush. Okay, its fur is called the shatush. Shatush is a Persian word made from two words, Shah plus Tush. Shah means king and Tush means wool. So king of the wool. Shatush is referred as the king of wool. It's the warmest, it's the softest, and it's the costliest fiber known to the mankind. So this animal is posed for its fur, referred as the shatush. But the demand is so high, and it's a protected species, a critically endangered species protected in the Schedule 1. Right? And in the CITES, it is also listed in the Appendix 1. So it's any trade in the shatush, it amounts to an offense. But thing is that the smugglers, the traders, they are very, very smart. What they are doing, they are mixing shatush with the pashmina. Pashmina is another high altitude mammal. It's a goat, pashmina goat, right? So its wool is comparable to the shatush. So they mix it, they weave it very lightly, and it can qualify those shawls, the woolen garments made out of that, they can qualify the ring test very easily. But if any woolen garment which contains shatush, even 1%, that amounts to offense. So here the job is to identify whether the seized material suspected to be of shatush contains shatush wool or not. The prosecution will say it contains shatush. The defendant will say it contains pashmina. Pashmina is allowed. It's legal to have trade in pashmina. It is domesticated animal. So again, the balance of that justice again depends on your forensic report. If that material contains shatush, even 1, 2 years, 1, 2, 3, 4 years, that amounts. So this is how they look like with the naked eye, almost similar. These are the guard hair, again almost similar. This is the under fur, again similar. So these are the overlapping of spectra of pashmina and shatush. See here, the blue color is the pashmina and red color is the shatush. Again here, as expected, similar. The spectrum of both the samples, they are similar. So we had to apply the statistics or the chemometrics again. These are results with PCA, quite good separation was there. But we apply the PLSDA, it gives you 100% differentiation. 100% differentiation. And third, again, another kind of wool is there, the Angora rabbit, Angora wool is there. Again, it's a legal to have Angora. It's derived from the Angora rabbits. Right. So the third one we applied, again, we got the 100% differentiation. And that too in 2-3 minutes. And without consuming the sample. So this was again published in Science and Justice. One more, we differentiated the blood samples of 5 species using this technique. It was published in Forensic Science International last year. Look here, the Asian elephant, the Indian leopard, and the tiger blood. And further, we were able to differentiate these three protected species from the domestic pig blood and the human blood as the control. 100% differentiation. So I would summarize that DNA technologies, they are certain to remain indispensable to detect and provide evidence for the cases of illegal wildlife trade. ATR, FTR spectroscopy for the wildlife forensics is capable of addressing most forensic questions, but further research is required to validate its routine use in the forensic cases. Because it is just the beginning. Look at the DNA forensics. It came into the picture in the year 1984, 1983, 1984, like that. And took around, say, more than 40 years to the stage where it is right now. So it's just 3-4 years. We are pioneer into this particular application of IR spectroscopy into the wildlife forensics. And there are 2-3 more groups across the globe which are also working. So it's there, but there are thousands of species available. They are into the trade. We need to have the robust databases with us for different type of the materials, for different type of the species, in order to use it further for the legal proceedings. We have to be very, very careful. We should not jump the gun. No doubt the results, they are highly encouraging, but without analyzing more samples, right, and for more species, I think we should first validate it within the peer groups, and then it should be used. Until then, it should be used in combination with other techniques. So wildlife forensic offenses, they are no different from any other form of crime, and full range of forensic science expertise and support is required to solve them. Otherwise, the sheer scale and nature of this wildlife trade, it poses a serious threat not only to the biodiversity, the environment, and the human health. Human health, you know, the COVID-19, from where it came up? It is a zoonotic disease. It came from animals to the human being. And there are well over 200 zoonotic diseases. So that's why it poses a serious threat to the human health, because the poachers, they kill the animal, but the cleaning of those products and furnishing, the processing of those things, it is done by the underprivileged people. They are the sufferer. Virus enters into them, and then from there they infect other populations. So it poses a serious threat not only to the biodiversity, environment, and human health, but also to the security of many nations. So challenges are there. First one, lower priority. Lower priority. Forget about the common man. The people sitting in higher levels of judiciary, in the government, in the law enforcement agencies, they are not aware of this particular form of crime. For them, human-related crime is paramount. It is at the top right. I am not saying that the wildlife forensics or the wildlife cases should be given priority over the human forensics. No. It should be dealt equally. Just 2 minutes. So there are diverse nature. Thousands. In humans, there is one species. Here, wildlife forensics, there are thousands of species. Processed wildlife products. In the human-related cases, there are no processing of any sample. Human bone is never processed. Human skin is never processed. Human hair is not processed. But here, those biological materials, they are subjected to the process of taxidermy. They are highly furnished. It's very difficult to recover DNA or to do DNA testing on that. Then reference samples. These species, by definition, they are rare. They are elusive. They are nocturnal. How to get their samples? That too in sufficient number to prove your data statistically. How to get samples, reference samples? This is a major challenge. And then huge number of species I mentioned, wildlife forensic facility, as I mentioned earlier, that I can count on my fingertips, and lack of awareness is there. So I would like to acknowledge my collaborators, Dr. C.P. Sharma from WI, Dehradun, Dr. Vishal Sharma from Punjab University, Chandigarh, and my team at Punjab University, Patiala. So thank you so much for having a patient hearing. I hope I am able to generate some sort of sensitivity or some sort of information related to this form of crime, which is a gray area in forensics, still date, I should say. But no doubt India is doing far better than other countries across the world.
Yes, we'll take 1 or 2 questions.
Thank you.
Because we are having a sort of time. Any question?
Now the session is open for question and answers. Please give mic to the.
Respected sir, my question is regarding the traditional Chinese medicine. Sir, is there any survey or study that suggests these medicines really cure the diseases?
See, this is a matter of belief. Okay. In many countries, there are traditional medicinal systems. In India, we have. Some people believe that they work, they take those, but there is no scientific proof, to the best of my knowledge, that they are effective to a particular problem. Say, for example, there is a belief that the musk pod, you know, it is a gland on the navel of musk deer male. Its biological function is to secrete pheromones to attract the female for the purpose of mating. And the musk deer is posed to derive that musk pod. And belief is what? You know, if you smell it, it will increase your lifespan. What to do? It is superstition. If you wear that claw, it will keep the evil away from you. The hemipenis of monitor lizard. The penis of monitor is technically called hemipenis, right? Because it is bifurcated. So people, they're also purchasing it. For what purpose? It's belief that it brings prosperity to the owner. So these are the things. So difficult to comment. But personally, I don't believe.
Thank you, Dr. Singh. I think it is a very wonderful talk. And I think we need to generate this FTIR data bank for this different species. So we can utilize it more effectively and anybody can compare.
So
we have to generate huge data in this field.
Things are moving into this direction. Government of Tamil Nadu, they have opened a dedicated institution in the year 2017. That is Advanced Institute of Wildlife Conservation. And the principal chief conservator of forests, Dr. Udyan, is heading that institution. Right? And they are generating the IR spectral database for different species. Using IR spectral.
Thank you, Dr. Singh. For a wonderful lecture.
Just Rajinder Singh sir, just 1 minute.
I would like to express my sincere gratitude to.
It's not question.
Lunchtime, we'll ask the question further.
I'll take 1 minute. Professor Dr. Rajinder Singh, extremely grateful, hearty congratulations. We are conducting regular training programs for wildlife forensics for Rajasthan, Maharashtra, and all other state police agencies. Frequently we conduct twice in a year. But this work, what you have shown us, it's of tremendous importance in wildlife crime investigations, because when we meet people like Dr. Goel from Wildlife Institute Dehradun, he also said that in many cases also, right, quote unquote, some cases of DNA has also fallen victim to right type of analysis. In that, your technology will substantiate that in a very big way. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Discuss with lunch, huh? No issue.
Yes, please.
It's an honor to introduce our next keynote speaker, Professor Vimal Rao, a renowned woman entrepreneur with over 25 years of experience in e-learning and corporate education. Professor Rao's expertise in forensic chemistry, extensive research contributions, and leadership at national level e-learning initiatives has earned her accolades such as INSA Best Teacher Award 2020 and the Entrepreneur Award by the Minister of Education in Bahrain, to name a few. She has also played a vital role in shaping education policies at the national level, serving as head in many committees. Please join me in welcoming Professor Rao as she shares her expertise and innovative approaches in education through her talk titled Teaching Learning of Forensic Science at National Education Policy 2020. Over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. Very respected all panelists, distinguished delegates, and I can see many students also. So good afternoon to each and everyone. And before I start, first of all, I would like to convey my gratitude
And thanks to the organizers for calling me here and sharing the work that we are doing in the front of teachers training for all subjects actually, but today's presentation I have taken in the light of forensic science. And special thanks to Dr. Mishra for inviting me here. Apart from being a chemistry person and also taking some guidance from respected Dr. Sodhi sir, who just retired as my colleague from SCTB Khalsa College, University of Delhi, I am doing some contribution in the area of forensic science as well. But today's discussion, I thought that it will be enlightening you in the light of NEP 2020. And already many of you as teachers are there in the system and many future aspirants. And I think education is the thing which is to be taken with us as a lifelong learning tool. So it will be actually touching each of us in different ways. So I am representing UGC Malware Mission Teacher Training Center, and this center is located at my own premier institution, Sri Guru Tegh Bahadur Khalsa College, University of Delhi. And this is the center of UGC and Ministry of Education. And now the entire scheme is being called as Malware Mission Teacher Training Program, where 15 lakh higher education teachers will be made aware about what are the changes which the NEP 2020 is bringing into at the policy making level, at the institution level, at the university level, and most importantly, in each and every classroom, how these changes have to be integrated. All structured modules are there, and how that can be put up from a practicing teacher point of view, from teaching learning aspect, and relating it to forensic chemistry, forensic science is what I will do. So when we talk about national education policy, there are so many visionary pointers which are there, which we have to embrace. And I'm assuming that you have gone through that. But in that light, when we talk about multiple entry, multiple exit, providing flexibility to the student, interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary approach, we have to be looking now from restructuring all what we are having at university level and each and every course and the teaching learning methodology. So this is how we have to now look up into. There is an overall credit framework which we have to follow. If not, you have seen that I'll share the documents. You can search them and try to be knowledgeable around that. Once that idea is clear, why are we doing mixing and matching of different type of courses? How many of, is there NEP batch here? Can you raise hands from the students category? Not many. Okay. Curriculum and courses, they should not be the routine that we are taking it from 2, 3, 4 decades, the same thing, cut and paste and put up. We have to make it aligned to outcome-based education. And as per the NAC and NIR requirements for institutions, the COPO mapping is very much required. We may be doing casual activities in our classrooms, but then they have to be more structured and aligned to this. The teaching learning methodologies have to be learner-centric, they have to be ICT empowered, and we have to be adopting the blended learning. And after the corona phase, I think most of us as teaching community, we have embraced to that. But the moment you talk about blended learning, the e-content required is something becomes very important, because you will not be able to, the so-called finish the syllabus. Many teachers say, वो syllabus ही complete नहीं होता तो हम आगे activities कहाँ से करवाएंगे? So that is actually the bottleneck, and the moment you create high quality content, you will be able to move the step ahead in embracing the outcome-based education. But then not simply the activities, if your assessment is the same way, asking the questions from the previous year question papers, write a short note on this, explain this. Again, your system in terms of enhancing the quality of education will not move. And that's where there is a need of multiple assessment methods which have to be scientific and technology empowered. And then there has to be a continuous gap analysis and periodic review looking at the needs of the society, market, and where the students are getting employed, and putting those type of skills and the practical approach into a system and then taking it ahead. So that's how the entire talk is structured now. First, talking about the overall credit framework, we should all be aware that there is a national credit framework which runs from class 6 to higher education till PhD. So, when we are talking about the implementation of NEP by different institutions, then this broad structure has to be kept in mind. But especially for higher education, UGC has come out with National Higher Education Qualification Framework, and this is not simply the UGC, but culmination of all the higher education regulatory bodies which have put up in a uniform manner, and this, depending upon which regulatory body your course is, you can refer. And this particular document is actually the implementation strategy as a guidance given to all the universities, that how NEP 2020 is providing equivalence between general education and vocational education. And especially talking in context of forensic science course, many students are, if they are taking forensic science, if they are not getting job in only that niche area, but if you are having combination with other subjects also, then you have a wider prospect. Similarly, other way around. The students who are from general education and the more applied course like forensic science, if that is integrated, then obviously it will be adding to their professional requirement and as a qualifying thing. Also, the multiple entry, multiple exit, all the flexibility and mobility is being talked about in this very particular document. But then in order to implement this, we don't have to be just sticking to the routine courses, because the problem is the way we have learned from our teachers. That is something we are not leaving, and we have to be innovating in that direction, looking at what are the needs of the society, market, and thus you have to be putting this in place. There are details about how the credit levels, credit and credit points, and this is required because when the students are moving from one institution to other, and as well as at the global level, imagine the students outgoing from even the premier institutions like IITs, they were not accepted and they had to do the bridge course when they went into foreign universities. And this NEP actually is providing a solution for all these problems at the global level as well. And it's defining credits, that it is a function of achieving the desired learning outcomes for a program or a course or training determined by the successful assessment. Why I am showing this is that the learning outcomes and assessment, they go hand in hand. For the sake of making syllabi, I have analyzed many syllabi. Just they will write the learning outcomes, but they are nowhere reflected in the assessment. And that is the problem that has to be addressed in each and every discipline. And the credit is being defined as 30 notional learning hours. It clearly reflects it is the learner-centric education system that we are looking for. And it also includes not only the curricular provisions, but the co-curricular and extracurricular activities as well. In addition to these routine things, we also have to be looking at experiential learning, debate, discussions, essay writing, recitation, story, celebration of various festivals, self-defense classes, sports, game, physical activity, depending upon which level it will fit into, life skills-based education, employment skill, basic operational skills. We have engineers who don't know how to fix a bulb, and that's an alarming situation. Social community work, environment-related, gender sensitization, bagless days, field visits, even attending conferences, projects, industry attachments, internship. Internship is something which has to be now looked up in a serious way. And I think looking from the type of research being done and what is the requirement from industry, there can be inputs to the industry as well, and we can learn from industry. to provide various projects to the students in the internship. Just a minute, I think I've gone back. And even the credits can be earned from online courses like on SWAM platform. Still, as per government's regulation, you cannot earn from Coursera type of MOOCs and all. But then learning you can do anywhere. But then for credit earning, your university or institution has to go into that agreement. So all this is being done in order to provide holistic development of students. And rather than just the study, rote learning, which starts from A for apple, nothing else. The problem starts from there. So how to minimize this only going into rote learning in the academic access, different levels, class 12th, UG, PG, PhD. But then when you go for employment, you are not having the other important requirement which I am going to highlight. It will require preparing student in the skill access, and that's why integrating the skill courses is very, very important. Proficiency access, experiential learning as small activities inside the courses, as well as in proper credit base, like in fourth year, many universities are integrating the internship models. So, National Higher Education Qualification Framework is actually advocating competency-based education and training and outcome-based learning. And it is clearly mentioning that when designing any curriculum, you have to not only keep the discipline-specific learning outcomes, which I think we are already aware, but here the last point is very important, which still needs to be integrated in the teaching learning pattern, is the capacity to extrapolate from what has been learned, translate the concept to real life situation and apply acquired competencies in new or unfamiliar contexts. And that's where the research outcomes come. You are witnessing so many areas where new innovations are being done, but that is all the applied knowledge of your base that you are having. But then there are generic learning outcomes which somehow it is not properly integrated, and the teachers assume this is not our responsibility if I am teaching a chemistry or a physics or a biology or a maths or a geography or a commerce course. No, everywhere how intentionally you can bring activities to integrate complex problem solving, critical thinking, creativity, communication skills, analytical reasoning or thinking, research related skills, coordinating or collaborating with each other, leadership readiness, learning how to learn to become lifelong learner, digital and technological skills, multicultural competence, inclusive spirit, autonomy, environmental awareness, community engagement, empathy, to name few. So these are the things you have to keep in mind when you are designing a curriculum. Not everyone at this stage, but then definitely this is how. And now keeping this, you have to be looking at outcome-based education. As a member of the committee who has implemented outcome-based education for all the engineering and polytechnic course at AICT, I designed the template that how the routine books can be converted, where the activities can be integrated. And it was analyzed that all the, out of the 12 graduate attributes, the focus was only on the first three, which was subject specific, not on the other generic learning outcomes. If a bridge collapses, you cannot say engineer was only studying physics, chemistry, and maths. The graduate outcomes at the rate of UGC for the UGC affiliated courses, again you can see disciplinary knowledge is just one, and all others which I mentioned are there. And in order to design them, those who are now into this, they should know the Bloom's taxonomy in detail. And if you look at how the interdisciplinary areas can be related, I think the field of forensic science is the best example, where you already have so many areas integrated, but then they need to be integrated right at every level, not simply waiting that the student will come for the PhD and the guide will be telling now this is the area where you can work, and they will think that okay, there will be some spoon feeding which will be done. No, you have to be evolving yourself in that. So forensic science curriculum, there are various program outcomes and course outcomes that you can all integrate the various processes like the professional intervention based on scientific principles and development of critical thinking can be aligned, ability to collect the physical traces and that too in a proper, as per the protocols, outline the protocol of analysis, processing of traces. So just you can look into your requirements and design that particular activity. There are various skills which you can take it right from the crime scene to the legal entire, how the packaging, how the documentation, how the secrecy, all those things come into role, and looking at the legal framework, they can be integrated. So there are various generic skills which can be integrated through the forensic science, like observation and reasoning skills, then to perform tasks in the laboratory with precision, because you'll be dealing with the trace amounts, not the bulky, because unlike in the chemistry labs or biology labs, you're given big size samples. So that has to be put up even for a UG level, simple pure biology or pure chemistry and similar subjects being done in the light of this. Capacity to cope up with abstract situations that imply creating concept as well as analyzing, synthesizing, and willingness to work in a team, a positive attitude, and others. After this, I will throw some light on the teaching learning methodologies which have to be changed in the light of all these changes coming. As teachers, we should know how to form MOOCs, and we can offer it not just confined to your own classroom, but to the entire nation and to the entire globe. In your own classroom setup, the routine face-to-face scenario will not work. You have to go into the blended teaching learning. The assessments, if they have to be many numbers, now NEP is advocating continuous formative assessment, and that will require the help of technology. And I'll take you back. That's where the teaching learning environment we can relate the Guru Shishya Parampara. Why there is a need of technology and the change? Can you see there were Eklavya-like stories where access and equity was not provided? So just briefly, I'm mentioning. Going to the blackboard and the green board, we have been able to cater to more students, but the teacher turned back. Somehow we are sticking to this. We should go away. LCD projectors are there in most of the good institutions, but still there is a challenge. In between, Corona made us prepare, and still there are many senior colleagues who are like, no, I will retire, I will not be embracing this. But then we all have to be preparing for this future. That with me as a teacher, I will be having a robot teacher who will be assisting. And the future is here. I think all of you know the AI is there. So it is difficult to imagine education without technology. It has to be integrated in each and every activity in our classroom teaching. And also higher education problems can be overcome with the help of technology, whether it is in terms of providing quality education to all, equity and access. And NEP 2020 clearly talks about extensive use of technology in all the domains. Blended models of learning is being advocated, and it clearly reflects upon that all those who are into education system or they wish to go into education system or just anywhere, because no jobs will be without the technology. अगर आपको एक छोटी सी दुकान भी खोलनी है तो भी आपको QR कोड का और GST फाइलिंग का पता होना चाहिए. So we have to be shifting with these examples. We can embrace technology with the teachers, and the requirement is the teacher-centric model has to be converted into learner-centric. If still you are in the classroom where your teacher is near the blackboard or the green board or the whiteboard, that is still a teacher-centric model. Teacher should be sitting there, and the students as group activity, they should be coming in front and presenting, and continuous assessment through these will be preparing these students for all the generic skills I am talking about. But in order to move to that, e-content also needs to be a tool which you all have to be preparing. E-content has to be prepared by everyone now. Now we talk about reels and the videos, which are the better medium of sharing any information. It is more eye-catching and it is really more absorbing. So NEP 2020 clearly talks about teachers will require suitable training and development to be effective online educators. And those who are thinking, I am a very good teacher teaching from 25, 30 years. No, if you are not able to do the integration of technology, that is not being welcomed by the next generation students. So you have to be learning the learner-centric pedagogy, and the teacher's role will be now in facilitating active student engagement with the content. So the content should be given. It should not be written on the board in the live classroom. It should be given before and after and during the class with various pedagogies. And there is academic incentives for those teachers who want to contribute, but that too in a proper structured format. And there are 5 APIs per module, the 4-quadrant model, which myself and my colleague Professor Bakshi, we have designed for the entire country through the EPG Pathshala project. That is now being given 5 API per module. The e-content, when we talk about why it is required, let me also, how much time I have, Amrendra? Accordingly, I can have 10 minutes? Okay. So, why? Because simply lecture and reading will not help you get where your focus is currently. It has to be with other models. There are different forms of content, and one should know how the structured credit. I actually, with every slide, we have almost a 1-week program as FDP. We have prepared more than 89 PG level programs. You can refer, and for forensic science content also at inflimnet.ac.in, and how the studio dynamics you have to learn if you're going into professional shooting. And this teacher secret is my own conceptualization, where more than 2,000 teachers for every course they are preparing. So this is open for all, that if you have to implement blended learning as a group of teachers, you can approach me. Multiple assessment methods again is being emphasized in NEP. And here I will like to mention that we also have to be looking at how, when we are having skill courses, that how the cognitive, affective and psychomotor domains can be put up into assessment and proper rubrics can be given. So there are different assessment methods, and we have to now integrate projects, portfolio, internship, role play, group discussion and all, and keeping in mind that how the lower order thinking skills, which are by simple tests, can be taken into higher order thinking skills. And there is something called as Bloom's digital taxonomy. Anyone who is trying to have some assignment, then please try to make that, okay, these are the levels that you are using your mind into. So if you have to prepare yourself for the creating level, that filming, podcasting, directing with the digital things can be done. And portfolio is something which should be integrated. But be innovative in designing the projects, and the immediate thing you can see is in the application in real life, industry or society. And there can be various activities around, like solving the forensic cases can be given. Rubrics can be assigned around that. Various e-tools are there for the assessments. In gamification, there are again various tools, and forensic science again has so many. Entire cyber forensics is full of all those things, that how the disk data capture tools, the file analysis, registry analysis. So even if it is damaged, the data can be retrieved. There are crime scene diagram softwares which you can integrate into your classroom teaching. So this software which I use is the Smart Draw, and there are crime scene analysis tools. There is a simulation, word by word question it will generate according to that. There are some games like Sherlock Holmes, Crimes and Punishment, the mobile apps form of this the students really like, and that can be also used in the assessment. There are tools where gamification like handwriting analysis race. So entire class can be given this, and they have to just map, okay, which are the similar ones, and through that competitive spirit, they are able to learn better. Virtual and augmented reality is there in the education, and again, there are many examples being created in this field also. Artificial intelligence is here, and again, this has to be learned by all. All those who are here within 5 years, not my words, the AI will be so much important. It's already there. We are not able to see, but we have to see how in creating the presentation, if you are taking 2 hours, can be done in just 1 minute. That's the change which is happening, and you can just give inputs. You can search in a new way. You can have new image which can be created, and all this needs to be introspected from the forensic angle as well. You can modify a dull picture into a better one. You can create presentations. You can have questions. You can have AI avatars. You can even have your own videos preserved. That's a high cost, but Bollywood and Hollywood actors are doing that. That as they are in that very particular age, they will like to preserve themselves, and automatically the machine will create videos. So in the future, you will have the videos which will be generated. I was having one example, which I just gave the prompt and it created the video. AI-based fingerprint authentication software is there. There are AI-based LMS, and artificial intelligence driven personalized learning is what we are paving our way through, because जो 1-to-1 teacher student की ratio है उसकी तो बात ही नहीं है, but don't think there are no teachers. The teachers are there who are already giving the content in different forms, and the AI will be analyzing. At the end, I will mention this quote that life is the most difficult exam, and many people fail because they try to copy others, not realizing that everyone has a different question paper in life. I think we sitting here, we know it more. You are also entering into the area, my students, of the real life, and everyone will be having different question paper. So if you are happy in getting 90% marks by doing rote learning, actually you have scored not more than 9%. So rest learning you are still to do, and you can adopt these policies and continue doing lifelong learning. All the best. Thank you so much. Any questions? I am here. This is my Telegram link. Any programs we conduct, we keep on having. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Now the session is open for the question and answer sessions. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Professor Vimal Rar ma'am for sharing her expertise with us today. Thank you, ma'am. Your presentation was informative and engaging, and we greatly appreciated gaining insight from your knowledge. Now, I would like to call Dr. Amarnath sir to felicitate the keynote speaker and session chairs. So first, our respected session chairs, Dr. A.K. Jaiswal sir and Mr. K.C. Vashne sir. Vashne. Now, Mr. K.C. Vashne sir. Now, a respected keynote speaker, Professor Dr. G.S. Sodhi sir. Dr. Rajendra Singh sir. And Professor Dr. Vimal Rao. Now, we would like to invite all of the attendees to join us for the lunch. Please proceed to the back of the hall where the lunch will be served, and we kindly request you to return promptly after the lunch. At the rest of the session will be resumed at 2:20. Thank you, everyone.
Now, I would like to invite our first keynote speaker, Dr. Surbhi Mathur, Associate Professor and Head, Center of Excellence of Multimedia Forensics, National Forensic Science University, Gandhinagar, Gujarat, India. Dr. Surbhi Mathur, specializing in forensic physical sciences and multimedia forensics with a PhD in forensic examination. She has over 10 years of experience guiding master's level dissertation projects and conducting forensic training for law enforcement agencies. Dr. Mathur has received several awards for her research contributions and currently leads a national research project on CCTV effectiveness, for which she was honored with a Research Excellence Award in 2021. Please give a warm welcome to Dr. Surbhi Mathur ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone, and namaskar.
See, we are lagging behind by half an hour as per the schedule. So I request all the speakers in this session to adhere to the timings, please.
Okay. So another very good afternoon to everyone. After the lunch, we are resuming with the sessions. I will try my level best so that I will not bore you. Um, I'm a academician and a proudly a field expert dealing with the cases of multimedia forensics, where we are helping the law enforcement for the audio, video, and the CCTV examination. And today, I will be purely telling you about the role of CCTV cameras in crime investigation. As we all know that the CCTV cameras nowadays are gaining much of the importance, and everywhere you can see that you are under the CCTV surveillance and you encourage the good behavior of the citizens at that place. So, but these kind of evidences are playing a very, very important role for the law enforcement as well, because when we go to a scene of crime, the first thing what we see is how many cameras are being installed at the place. So since morning we are listening that the technology is playing a very important role in forensic security and law. So today I will show you some of the demonstrations that how technology can be helpful in solving the crime. So with the first slide, I will be giving a brief. You all might be knowing about this unfortunate incident that happened and that shook the nation, where the lot of nuisance was being created at the particular state, and so many lives were being lost in this incident. The question which was asked after this incident happened is whether it can be prevented. I will say that yes, it could have been prevented, because at that time, the CCTV evidences were not that much into the account. Like CCTV cameras were there, but we didn't know that what are the potential of these cameras. We were basically looking for these cameras for the crime detection. Something has happened, then we go for the camera and we look for the evidences, gather the evidences, and solve the crime. But nobody took an initiative to use these cameras or technology for prevention of something from being happen. So this incident, although it was very unfortunate, but it opened many eyes. The law enforcement, they opened the eyes, and the need of the CCTV infrastructure actually started or actually taken into consideration by the Honorable Supreme Court by establishing so many smart city projects in different parts of the nations to encourage the installation of CCTV so that it can be used for the crime prevention as well. The concept of IP-based cameras, technology-based cameras, the concept of the video analytics, the alarm systems which are being generated, which can be useful for, and the collaboration of AI, which can be useful for the detection and prevention of such illegal activities. They are being considered at that, they are being conceived at that particular part of the time that happened in year, and that was taken fully. Surat was the first city to implement the smart city project in year 2012. And later on, the CCTV has been taken as a very major effective evidence nowadays for crime investigation. So earlier we were basically looking for evidence. So we took like I think you can see earlier किसी भी चीज को पूछना होता तो witness were be the peeping toms which are looking around our houses and our personal spaces for giving some as a witness evidences. Nowadays the witness evidences are, I will not say fully, but majorly they are being replaced by a technological advancement of a camera where the subjectivity has been shifted to the objectivity of the investigation. The witnesses, human witnesses, although they have many versions, they can say that किसी ने कोई crime हुआ, कोई आदमी कहता है हमने इस angle से देखा, कोई कहता है हमने इस angle से देखा, कोई कहता है मैं पीछे था तो शक्ल नहीं देख पाया. But the camera can see everything. तो ऊपर वाला सब देखता है. तो जहां पे भी कैमरा लगा है, 3 कैमरा हो, 4 कैमरा हो, 5 कैमरा हो, इधर लगाओ, इधर लगाओ, इधर लगाओ, everything will be seen in a same manner with the camera. So more objectivity was being delivered. So this, I will share one, this crime scene with you. This was a crime which happened, which will give you a perfect example of subjectivity. There was a crime which happened nearly around 5 kilometers from our university campus. And at the night time, it was around 1 or 2 a.m. at the night time in November 2020. Not much of the human witnesses were being there at that particular scene. दो पार्टियों में आपस में किसी वजह से मतभेद हुआ, दोनों के बीच में लड़ाई हुआ, और लड़ाई के बीच में the third party who was solving the crime, who was trying to resolve the fight, he was being killed at that particular moment. अब क्या हुआ? The people who were serving, the waiters and the shopkeeper, he said that हमने नहीं देखा, हम तो अंदर थे, हमें कुछ पता नहीं. But the major thing or the most important thing which helped the law enforcement at that point of time was the camera which were installed at that place. So the cameras were there, almost every angle, different cameras captured everything, and the crime was being solved. कि कैसे हुआ, what were the, how the sequences were being established, how the incident happened, and who are the culprit. And later on, the investigation happened, and the culprits were put behind the bars. So this is the beauty of the technology to have more objectivity in your opinion. So you can see in newspaper right from the starting of, you might have seen about the Ambani's house, the car is parked and there is explosive material in the near the Ambani's house where the CCTV camera captured that vehicle and gave the whole story was being started after that particular thing has happened. कोई भी केस ले लीजिए, even in Delhi, I will share that case. Even in Delhi, you might have seen that Delhi girl was being dragged by a car for about 21 kilometers. It was 12 kilometers officially in the news, but it was actually the 21 kilometers which she was being dragged under the car. And you have to find out whether the girl was being dragged by the car accidentally or somebody has tied the girl beneath the car and she was being dragged for about 21 kilometers. So the camera in those places played an important role installed at different locations to build the bits and pieces together, and they are being used for the fixing what has actually happened. So there is a need which is increasing. These are the certain statistics which we have taken from the reports of BPRND. There are the reports of the different police departments of different cities. One project we conducted with BPRND where we found that actually the cameras are playing an important role and actually playing as a major deterrent for the crime. So after the installation of the cameras at the locations, the crimes are reducing. So basically, the issues which are being solved by a multimedia or a CCTV expert is the first thing the court says. Although the technology is very much important, but as rightly said by the madam, she was teaching the vice chancellor of the IGNU in the morning in the inauguration. She said that the technology is stabbing you from the back as well. So the technology is used for the crime investigation. Also, the technology is used for manipulating the evidences in the manner it wants to be. So you might have heard about the deep fakes videos, deep fakes audios, where the faces, where the whole object is being created with artificial intelligence so beautifully that you cannot even imagine that whether it is a original person or it is a manipulated or AI generated images. So how you deal with these type of challenges is the major thing. And when these evidences are presented in the court first asks for the credibility of these evidences. So this is very important to establish whether the evidences are authentic or not. I have given one example where we were being given with some clips of KBC. I don't know whether much of you have gone through this case or not, but there is a KBC Kaun Banega Karodpati video which was being circulated, went viral, where the government was being defamed in this particular case. So the question asked, when something high profile is happening, so you want to report in a matter of about half an hour or 45 minutes, and we have to see that whether this video which is provided or which is being circulated is actually the authentic video or AI generated or manipulated or not. So different kind of technical specifications, technical parameters are being studied. Like the pixel values, their color values, their the compression values, to identify whether these images or these videos are the authentic videos or not. So these kind of compression rate detections, the device detection, the device manipulations, these are being checked. So we have technologies for checking all these kind of parameters. Plus, the technologies are also available that it can give you the whole data, that once something is being created, at what stage it has been passed, whether it has been passed through WhatsApp, Telegram, or what are the chain of transmission, and where actually the editing has taken place. So the next question can be determining the sequence. As I have told you about that Kanjhavla girl murder case, what has exactly happened? Because there was nobody like very few people as an eyewitness which were available. So the camera at that point of time played an important role in mixing, or they are being jumbling or arranging these different sequences, what has exactly happened and what is the truth behind that. Regarding certain cases of the next questions can be asked is if you have been provided with the ample amount of data. When you deal with the CCTV camera or the crime investigation using CCTV, you have ample data available with you. This is one case you all might have studied in the newspaper about the Delhi riots, which happened on the fateful event of 26th January, where the farmer agitation take place. So this video, you just see the video. There were about, video is not playing. Okay, there is some technical problem in this video. The thing in this case was there was about 70,000 of the footages which were being collected by the Delhi police. And the question was that because there were lakhs of people who were being involved in all these the rights which has taken place. Our work as a forensic expert was to find out the actual problem creators. आप ये वीडियो चल नहीं रहा है बट ऐसे बहुत सारे वीडियोस थे जिसमें बहुत लैक्स ऑफ पीपल्स वर देयर बट नॉट एवरीबडी वाज अ प्रॉब्लम. ठीक है, इंडिया में आधी चीजें होती हैं उसमें से दो चार लोगों को पता होता है क्या हो रहा है, बाकी सब लोग क्या है उसमें भीड़ के साथ में न्यूज में आने के लिए दे आर इन दैट पर्टिकुलर इवेंट. So our work was to find out the actual problem creators, and these problem creators were the general public. We don't know what are their whereabouts. Then we have to go, the next step was to social media profiling of these people. And then we have to identify that at which point of region in India they belong to and where they can be nabbed and they can be asked or summoned for this particular event. So this is only one video. Unfortunately, this is also not working. So technology is backfiring in this case as well. But this enhancement is the major issue. अगर आप पीछे का वीडियो देखें, अगर मैं इसमें से किसी का चेहरा लेके उसको जूम करूंगी तो चेहरा दिखेगा नहीं. So the technology can be helpful for the enhancement of the footages. So all the problem, majorly the problem creators are being identified, and some of the faces were being, the features were being revealed, and their social media profilings were being done. Yeah, the other problem in this case was, as I mentioned, there were about 70,000 videos. So if I see all the 70,000 videos by my eyes and to see that who are the problem creator, शायद मेरे retirement तक भी मैं case complete नहीं कर पाती. तो एक ही case पूरे retirement तक मैं अपना कर पाती. So with the help of technology, the technology can be helpful, where we are using a technology called as video synopsis. We have an option of the video summarization or video synopsis, where you can see a footage of about 11 minutes within a span of about 11 hours within a span of about 5 minutes or 10 minutes without actually fast forwarding it. So that is a case of frame averaging. In a video, what you see is the different frames. If the frames are being clubbed up together, you can minimize the size of that particular videos. Now, if you can see in this, there are some green boxes which are around the people. So this indicate that these people were present at that location, but not exactly at the same time. The lady is at 10:30, the other lady is at 11:30, maybe the other person is at 12:30. So all the time durations, they are being superimposed with one another. And whoever is your problem creator, you identify just by seeing it. Pause that area, I note the timestamp and the date stamp, and you can go to your video and identify the faces. So that is the beauty of technology. Even in the other case, what we have found a problem was there was a very, very peculiar type of public which were being involved in the case. So if we need to find out a particular person, if we know that the person is wearing a blue color shirt or a black color shirt, so we can train the system that we only see the people who are having a black or a blue color t-shirts or shirts to be in the frame, or like you can see in the video about the vehicle, only the red color vehicle, red color cars need to be seen in the video. Now, only those red color vehicle will be available in the frame. Rest, that doesn't mean that the other vehicles are not running on the roads, but they will be out of our field of view. So that will ease out our viewing purpose or ease out our viewing time. So this is the actual beauty of technology, where we can collaborate the technology with the HI. Right? I'm not saying that we can only depend upon AI. HI, human intelligence, is equally important. So they can be clubbed together for a faster and for a better outcomes. So I'll just show you one video. Sorry, I have a video in the other ways as well. So I will play one video. The other problem with us in enhancement cases is, sorry, these videos are not. कुछ प्रॉब्लम्स हमारे पास आते हैं जैसे नाइट टाइम में. I hope this video will work. It's not working. I had some videos. So the problem in the nighttime cases is when the vehicle comes, the front light or a headlight of the vehicle is causing a reflection in the camera. So if somebody asks, is case mein there was a murder case and there were two people who were being suspected to be going on a two-wheeler and carrying a dead body in the middle so that they can dispose of the dead body. अगर आप इस वीडियो में अंधेरे में कुछ देखना चाहें तो कैमरा विल नॉट बी हेल्पफुल बिकॉज द कैमरा वाज नॉट अ नाइट विजन कैमरा राइट. हम लोग कितना भी बात कर लें टेक्नोलॉजी का या एडवांसमेंट का, इफ वी गो टू द रूरल एरियाज और द स्मॉल एरियाज द टेक्नोलॉजी विल स्टिल टेक सम टाइम टू रीच अप टू दैट पर्टिकुलर लेवल. दैट इज व्हाट एग्जैक्टली इन द अर्बन एरियाज. So the night vision camera was not there. We tried to enhance the footages, and if you can see over here, this was the best possible extent we can find the way where we can see some of the facial features of the person who is riding that two-wheeler. And the major question by the police was whether the three-person was riding the bike or a two-person. So we can easily see the three shoulders from the sideways, and there is a white shirt in the middle, suspected to be a dead body, which has been carried by the two people so that they can dispose the dead body somewhere. So this is the best possible extent we can help the law enforcement for administration of justice. Right? We are not the CID kind of the forensic expert who can just taste the drug and say that this is heroin or cocaine. But we can work up to the best possible limit we can work on. This is another case. The Dhanbad judge, he was being murdered for like he was on the morning walk and some auto driver or some tempo driver just hit it. Most of you people might have studied in the newspaper because it is a very high profile thing what has happened. So these were the crime investigations which we went to the scene. The other question was asked was the tempo which was being seized, is it the same tempo which has hit the Judge Sahab or not, or who has which has been used as a at the time of crime that has happened. So we took the auto pictures, we enhanced the pictures. This is the other hand, you can see we again recreated the scene, took that tempo, same tempo, recreated the whole scene again, match the common points in the evidence frame and in the frame which has been available with us as a control frame. So the seats, their luggage carrier, the specific designs of this luggage carriers and other thing they were being. This was a very important and a crucial case for CBI. So we were day and night working on to find out whether this was the actual tempo or not. So their footrest, the gate, the pattern which is there on the window of that particular tempo. When we stood in the court of law, the court asked, क्या ऐसे और भी ऑटो चलते हैं धनबाद में जिनमें सेम पैरामीटर्स हों? क्योंकि the tempo can have the same parameters. Luggage carrier can be there in any of the tempo. But we clearly see or we clearly focus on the parameter which were individualistic to that particular tempo only. Although the luggage carrier were there in the other tempo or other the rickshaw also. But the patterns, the designs which were there, that was very specific to this particular vehicle. The other question in this case was whether the two-person were riding when the Judge Sahab was hit or the single person was riding that tempo. Here we can see that you can see the person who is holding the tempo from the side, and the one of the leg is also coming out. So it is very awkward for a driver to drive that way. So that automatically clears that there are two people when they were they hit that particular the victim. So it was just a U-turn. It was just a turn which they took and just hit that particular victim. So the other thing which were being asked for the cases are the facial comparisons. So we are helping NIA, IB for the cases where the facial comparisons of the major criminals or the culprits need to be taken. This is a case of a Coimbatore case, car blast, where these people were hiding out. Their CCTV footage from their hideouts were being taken, their faces were being enhanced, and they have been compared with the technology, with the use of technology with the suspected faces. So face comparison is another issue which we basically follow.
Dr. Mathur, you have 5 minutes.
Yeah, just 2 minutes. I want some more. Thank you. So this is another the case after COVID or after not exactly after COVID, but in most of the cases also we saw that in robbery cases the people does not actually reveal their faces. They also know that camera में आ जाएंगे तो पकड़े जाएंगे. So they hide their face or they use some material to like mask or something after COVID. The faces are not available. So the face comparison is not possible because faces are not available. Now, what to do in that case? Or in cases where the camera quality is not good, the camera is far away from the person, how you identify the person. So the other thing which we devised was the height body estimation. This is the photogrammetrical or what I say, the reverse photogrammetrical or the height body estimation, where the at least the height of your suspect can be identified by recreating the scene or taking the reference point where the person has been standing. Sometime what happened is, case mein, although the video is not working, I will just share the case with you. In this case, what happened was the person who is walking in the middle, he was being taken by the Duri police. Punjab mein, there is a very remote area called as Duri, about 5 kilometers from Chandigarh. So, sorry, 5 hours drive from the Chandigarh. So, इस case में क्या था? The person was walking in the middle. He was being taken by Dhuri police at the night time around 8:30. The timestamp shows that it is 8:30 p.m. And he was being taken at around 10:30. A case of narcotic was being imposed upon him. So the claim of the family was कि ऐसा कैसे हुआ कि क्राइम होने से पहले हमारे क्रिमिनल को पकड़ के उस बाद में उसके ऊपर क्राइम जो है चार्जेस लगाए. So it was completely the case of false allegations which were being imposed on this particular person. So now the problem in this case with CBI was they don't have the faces because the camera was being installed on the other side. So only this portion was being available. So they asked us that what we can do. We said that, do you have the suspects available with you? They said, yes, we have the suspects available. Even the complainant is also there. So we asked them that, आप उनको लेके आइए, we'll conduct a photogrammetrical or height body estimation, whether the two people are having a similar heights or not. Or otherwise, you can also go for the gait pattern analysis, like how the pattern of walking can be useful for personal identification. They said, okay, we'll try, we can go for it. So we recreated the whole scene again. And on the left side, you see the reference frames, and on the right hand side, you see the evidence frames which are there. And this reference and evidence frames, they are being compared, and the height was found to be exactly the same which was there in the reference frame. So, and you can see the gait pattern also, the way the people walk, like what are the stride angles or the foot angles, what the people are making or while they are moving. So these are certain points, the way the person walking, exactly the gait pattern. Although the thing was not that easy, what I'm showing it to you over here, because gait pattern is a behavioral thing. So you need some time for the person to adjust in that particular pace. So 20 बार 25 बार आपको चलाना पड़ेगा depending upon कब वो अपने normal walking style पे आ सकता है. So the other person is having exactly the similar way, or the foot angles and how they are distance of the one foot and the other, how they are making. So this is how they people were walking, and their exact gait pattern and photogrammetrical analysis were being given. So we are giving it for many of the cases recently in the Delhi, with the Delhi police also, in cases where they're having a recruitment fraud, somebody else give a paper on someone other's name. So the height body estimations and other things can also be done in those cases. So thank you very much. This is my mail ID. You can drop me a message or a mail whenever anything related to audio, video or CCTV. I will be happy to help you out in that case. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
So, very nice presentation, and we can have a quick round of discussion. You can take 1-2 questions. Be quick, please.
Ma'am, first of all, thank you so much for showing the importance of CCTV.
My question is simple. Can we solely treat CCTV as a proof of conviction despite having the fact that it can be altered or can be changed? And also, we have access time and modified time as a property, but it can be changed due to some softwares. So, what is your view on this?
Thank you very much for your question. And it is a very valid question what you have asked. Firstly, regarding the usage of CCTV as a purely an evidence for conviction, I will say that currently we are not using it purely as a conviction for the conviction. We are using it as a corroborative evidence, but speaking a much lot than the other evidences, because whatever you see, that you believe, right? And it is totally the technology what you are using, right? So instead of believing on whatever the subjective, I've told you about the subjectivity, the people have a different opinion, but the camera does not have. ठीक है, कैमरा में वही दिखता है जो हुआ हो. So the cameras can be useful as a very important piece of investigation. Secondly, regarding the changes in the physical attributes of the camera picture. So, sir, although there are many ways of tampering, because all the digital evidences, they are highly prone to forgery. But whenever it has been presented in the court, the first thing is the authenticity, as I have already mentioned in my presentation. The authenticity issues need to be clarified. And there are many ways of identification of the authenticity of those digital evidences. Hash value report 65B for the proper chain of custody. That is the normal thing what we are using. We are going for the error level analysis. We go for the timestamp analysis. See, the modified date or the creation, the modified date can or access date can be changed, but the creation date or the timestamp for that particular the video or the digital file which has been created, it is very difficult to be forged, right? So we currently, your question is valid. Currently, we cannot deny that it cannot be changed, but currently we don't have a technique for changing of the timestamp which is there in that particular device. The devices are there to change the timestamp, but कभी कभी क्या होता है, क्योंकि we are using a third party application for timestamp changing, right? The third party application, when the timestamp changing is there, it will crash. So there are the ways of preventing all these kind of manipulations, and the way are also there to identify these manipulations. So we have to be very careful before using it, yes, but for using any evidence, we have to be careful. So we have our ways of solving it out. I hope I answered your question.
Ma'am, because court has directly admitted under section 114 of evidence. But the thing is about the manipulation that seems to be granted after 65B certificate
Yes.
only.
65B, sir, 65B, the people are treating it as a authentication point of view. I will say that 65B is basically for the maintaining the proper chain of custody. So it is a
Correct.
chain of custody document. You cannot say it as a authenticity document, although it proves authenticity as well. But it is basically the whether you have followed a proper SOPs or not. Right, so chain of custody document, it is there. Hash value can be a good parameter, right? Its metadata can be a good parameter, right? So that can be every time evaluated for proving it as a good piece of evidence for the investigation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
I would like to take a moment to thank Dr. Surbi Mathur ma'am for delivering an exceptional lecture today. Your lecture was insightful and we are grateful for the knowledge you shared with us. Thank you, ma'am. Now I would like to invite our convener, Dr. Amarnath Mishra, for felicitating ma'am. I would like to invite our next speaker, Dr. J.S. Sehrawat, Chairperson, Department of Anthropology, Punjab University, Chandigarh, India. It is a privilege to welcome Dr. J.S. Sehrawat to our conference. Dr. Sehrawat is specializing in forensic anthropology, odontology, and osteology. With advanced degrees from Punjab University and Punjabi University, he has published 30 research papers and presented at national and international conferences. Dr. Sehrawat is highly experienced in identifying unknown skeletons and collaborates with prestigious institutions globally. He also supervises student research and is an active member of international forensic science societies. Please join us in extending a warm welcome to Dr. J.S. Sehrawat, sir.
A very good afternoon to all of you. First of all, I would like to extend my heartiest thanks to Amity University and particularly Dr. Mishra for giving me this opportunity to share my information here. First of all, I would like to correct your information and my CV with you that I have 107 publications to my credit, out of which 94 are international and rest are national. So you must have taken my old CV, but that I shared with Dr. Mishra, that was not read here. I am talking about a very touchy subject, that is how forensic anthropological inputs have helped us in revealing crime against humanity. So, first of all, I have two submissions to the chair, particularly Professor Rajendra sir, that please give me some extra time. Firstly, I have remained your student, so it will be a highly good practice to give your students some time to explain his information. Secondly, I can guarantee that during or after my presentation, even not a single participant will move from his or her own chair, because which I am presenting here and I am endorsing this forensic anthropological contributions in humanitarian forensic casework that is exemplified from Ajnala skeletal remains, which is the original actual forensic applied forensic casework reported from India. So, sir, you are requested to give me some extra time. I can basically, Professor Mishra must have arranged a specific full day presentation for the thing which I am going to present here, but I will try to brief it in the stipulated period of the time. So, we all know that humanity has been decimated throughout human history, as mankind has witnessed several heinous crimes, including war-related conflicts, political genocide, racial conflicts, terrorist massacres, and bioterror activities, and some other brutalities. And such outbreaks have left heaps of identified cadavers or badly damaged and commingled human skeletal remains. So, in forensic anthropology, we are here to identify the remains, these unidentified remains belonging to the persons who were once living and they were killed because of these brutalities committed by the persons, or you can say the political leaders or some other regions. Human remains have been retrieved from various sites, including some mass graves, burial sites, or some roadside trenches, or some mortuary beds, or other prisons, or war, or other conflicted zones. And these pre-existing structures, they have remained the preferred burial sites for cleansing disposal of human remains to avoid the attention of international human rights group. The excavation, identification, and repatriation of these remains that have remained a complex challenge for the forensic experts around the globe. And in these humanitarian forensic cases like terrorist massacres, as I already explained you, natural disasters, migrant deaths, and mass fatalities, where humanitarian forensic casework has been solved by the forensic anthropological methods and techniques with the advanced inputs. Under all these circumstances, whether they are the result of unidentified bodies or they are result of the natural, accidental, or intentional killings, the main objective remains same, that the dignified repatriation and disposal of the such unidentified human remains for the closer comfort of the deceased. Because once a person is dead and his or her remains are retrieved, then what is the need for repatriation or burial, or you can say the ceremonial disposal of those remains? There are some political, some social, ethical, moral, and some other reasons for their identification. And in forensic anthropology, we provide valuable inputs about the identity of the person, because when a person was living, and in humanitarian forensics, we are supposed to give the same respect and dignity to a dead person or his or her remains as we happen to in his or living times. And fundamental shifts have occurred in the forensic anthropological casework during last few decades, particularly for identification and repatriation of the unknown human remains. And we have significantly contributed not only biological profiling, but also in reconstructing the nature and mechanism, intent and purpose, manner and circumstances of that death in various inhuman circumstances of genocides and violent crimes committed in the contemporary times or in the historical past. In humanitarian forensics, we work to investigate human rights violations and mass atrocities. We exhume and analyze mass graves to document violence, evidences of the crimes, identify the victims, provide closer comfort for the families. And we work under different conditions with limited sources, but we are committed for establishing the accountability and promoting justice. Humanitarian forensic actions involve the application of the forensic science to elevate human sufferings and uphold the dignity of the victims of the such inhuman incidents, and with the primary objective to identify the deceased, ensure his or her dignified disposal, and respond to the families about the fate of their missing loved ones in a natural, impartial, and independent manner according to the international humanitarian laws. The significance of humanitarian forensic action lies in its ability to prevent and resolve the cases of missing persons, manage the dead with respect, and provide the closure. By incorporating humanitarian perspectives in forensic casework, the academic institutions and medical or legal institutions and other agencies, they better advocate for the rights and for these vulnerable, marginalized populations who often remain unidentified even in after their death. Humanitarian forensic action focus on intervention after mass violence and genocides, including ethical recovery, management, identification, repatriation, and dignified disposal of the dead. Forensic anthropologists, they contribute significantly to the humanitarian efforts by collaborating closely with various specialists to extract provide closer comfort to the families which were committed in the past atrocities, and ameliorate human sufferings through application of various forensic anthropological techniques. These are some situations where these mass graves or the sites of the burial of the victims of such type of the mass crimes, their graves are to be identified, they are to be exhumed, and these remains are to be identified, and they are supposed to be bodies are supposed to be handed over to the next of the relatives for their closer comfort. And there are various reasons for their, which I already mentioned. We work in such type of situations. We anthropologists work in such type of situations that once such skeletal remains they are found, then we are invited by the investigating agencies to give clues about the identity of these remains which have been found either in the individual graves or in the mass graves. So there are a lot of a number of crimes which have been committed in the human history. That may be Guatemalan genocide, wherein about 2 million people they were killed because of certain racial conflicts. Similar in East Timor genocides, Cambodia mass killings, Iraq killings, Serbia and Kosovo brutal mass killings, Rwanda killings, Cyprus. There are a lot of instances in the human history where a lot of people, innocent people, they have been killed and their bodies have been dumped in these unmasked graves or in some clandestine places to disguise the future generations about the cruelties or these brutalities committed by the persons. That may be the case of this Russia-Ukraine war, or that may be that this Israel and Palestinian or Hamas conflicts. So I will discuss the one such case report from India, that is Ajnala massacre of 1857. So these were some cases where the forensic anthropologists have provided a very important leads in the identification, not only about the identity of the person, but about the manner and circumstances under which these persons they were killed, on the basis of their traumatic analysis and some other aspects we consider in forensic anthropology with advanced techniques of mitochondrial DNA and stable isotope analysis or forensic proteomics. So that may be the Mediterranean migrant crisis, Syrian civil war, Russia-Ukraine conflict, I already told, and this may be the Hurricane Katrina that occurred in the Louisiana state of New Orleans, that may be Rwanda genocides, or that may be these other massacres I have already told you. So similarly, in Indian context, some case reports you will find where forensic anthropologists have provided a very significant inputs about the identity establishment of the unknown human remains. That may be the Bhuj earthquake of 2001, or that may be the identification of the unknown human remains of 2004 devastating Indian Ocean tsunami of that happened in Tamil Nadu, wherein the skeletal analysis, dental records, and DNA profiling they help in identification of the persons who were killed in these natural disasters. Or that may be the victim identification of the Uttarakhand flash floods of 2013, wherein the remains were exhumed, identified, and repatriated to their relatives by the forensic anthropologists. So forensic anthropologists have also helped in identification of victims of the various communal and rights and violence, facilitating the legal process and providing closer comfort to the families. That may be in the very recent train derailment incident of Odisha of 2023, where in forensic anthropologists provided very significant inputs about establishing the identity of those persons who were killed in that incident. So similarly, in Rajiv Gandhi assassination case, Naina Sani, but a lot of cases that have been discussed earlier in the day by some other speakers. So wherein the forensic anthropological inputs they have provided very significant inputs. So we provide we take the help of the different disciplines. So forensic anthropology is an interdisciplinary field wherein humanitarian forensic casework is related, because we play a crucial role in humanitarian forensic investigations. Our work is greatly enhanced through the collaboration with a number of other specialized disciplines and organizations. We collaborate with forensic pathologists to conduct autopsies. We collaborate with the forensic odontologists to establish the identity on the basis of the dental remains. We also collaborate with these molecular scientists who work with the DNA, that may be nuclear DNA or mitochondrial DNA. We also work with the law enforcement agencies where we collaborate with the police and military to assist in the investigation of mass atrocities, war crimes, and other humanitarian crises. We have partnership with them to provide expert analysis of the remains and associated evidence to support these things. So these are some reasons which help us to give our expertise, because in such situations where these thousands of skeletal remains are required, we are invited to take care of those remains and to help in identification, because we have the technique of we have inherent technique of the recovery and recovery and exhumation of these remains. We have the expertise of the biological profiling of these remains, that is identification of these remains regarding their age, sex, stature, trauma, stature, racial affinity, manner and circumstance, etc. And we give expert testimony in the courts, and we also have collaboration with community engagement, because we have to engage with the local community where such incidents have occurred. So we are also sensitive toward the cultural embodiments of the persons who were killed and their relatives. So we also collaborate with the local communities regarding humanitarian forensic casework, and we also deliver the ethical considerations while dealing with these remains, not only with these skeletal or human remains, but also with the relatives who are in a very grief state at that time. So there are some challenges, that limited resources, funding, hazardous environments, cultural sensitivities, ethical considerations, and large-scale management and coordination. So it is a multidisciplinary effort. Humanitarian forensic is a multidisciplinary. We take the help from different disciplines, but we are expert enough. So human rights violations have prompted mass graves excavation and human remains analysis with an increasing frequency since last. Now I have just briefed about the role of forensic anthropology in humanitarian forensic casework. So I have talked about the human rights violations, and wherein thousands of the people, they have been killed, not only in the contemporary times, either because of the natural or man-made disasters, or because of some political reasons. But now I will discuss a forensic anthropological case report from India, wherein the 282 Indian soldiers were killed in 1857 by the Britishers. It is the time of the mutiny of 1857, when some 500 soldiers from Mir Kent area near Indo-Pak border nowadays, but at that time Hindustan and Pakistan were the same country. So 500 soldiers, they had revolted against the use of the beef and pork grease cartridges, and they had revolted against the British officers, and they killed their British officers, and they have fled from the site. But they were killed at the banks of the river Ravi, and all of them, they were killed, and their dead bodies and their remains were dumped in an abandoned well, which is present in Ajnala. So, and that well was filled with the soil, and a religious structure predominantly worshipped by the local people that was built upon that well. So this was this is the old structure which were present at the Ajnala. These pictures were taken by the excavators by themselves, because no forensic expert or anthropologist or archaeologist was taken into consideration while taking out these remains from that well. Basically, there was a research scholar from GNDU Amritsar. She happened to visit London History Museum because she was a student of English literature. So for the search of English literature, she happened to visit London History Museum, and during search of the for her literature, she found a book, that is Crisis in Punjab, from 10th of May until fall of Delhi. She read a book in that museum, and that book was written by the British Commissioner, Mr. Henry Lee Cooper, who happened to be the British Administrator or Deputy Commissioner of the Amritsar at that time, under whose guidance these killings were done. 282 individuals. They belong to a specific Indian battalion, that is 26 Native Bengal Infantry Battalion. So these individuals, they belong to the Eastern UP, Bengal, Bihar, Odisha, and some northeastern states. So out of 500, these 282 individuals, they were killed as reported in the book. And she came back to India after getting photography because she herself was from Ajnala. So she informed the local people that that the place which we are worshipping, that has thousands of the remains underneath that. But the local people, local government, and the other authorities didn't rely upon that, because simultaneously at that time there was an incident in Unnao district of UP, wherein this Baba that has dreamt of the presence of the tons of the gold underneath a temple in Unnao district of this the Dandiya Kheda village, named as Soban Sarkar. But the well was excavated, but nothing was found. So the Baba fled from the site. So keeping in view of that incident and some other reasons best known to the government at that time, so the government authorities didn't came into action for excavating that that well. So ultimately, the local people, they somehow requested the Gurdwara Prabandhak Committee chairman at that time, who was a retired IAS officer from Chandigarh. So they asked him that we will build a new Gurdwara, and please ask us to dismantle this Gurdwara and to endorse or refute which is written in the book, which was taken by that scholar from London. So ultimately he agreed upon, and that religious structure was relocated to the new place, and all these holy books and everything was shifted, and this was the temple which I discussed, Dandiya Kheda. So new Gurdwara Sahib was built, and the excavation was done by the local people. So non-scientific excavation was done. I will say that one crime was committed by the Britishers, another crime was committed by these these curiosity seekers, who didn't wait for the government authorities to manage or to engage some scientists, either from the local universities or from the national forensic institutions or universities, but they committed another crime, that they exhumed out the remains without taking into any ethical permissions from the government or from some other concerned person. So new Gurdwara Sahib was built, and the old one was dismantled, and about the 10 to 12 feet after digging below that Gurdwara Sahib, this well was found. So this is the shape of the well right now. So this is the situation of the skeletal remains which were excavated, which were exhumed out by the known curiosity seekers from that particular well, and these skeletal remains belong to the persons who fought for us, because of their sacrifices, which we are breathing in open air. They belong to the soldiers of India's first freedom struggle against the Britishers. This is the situation of these incidents of very national importance. That how these skeletal remains were exhumed out non-scientifically by the local people, without any government involvement or any authorities. So these skeletal remains, they were exhumed out by those curiosity seekers. And this is the situation, that if we forensic scientists and some anthropologist or some archaeologist or some other persons would have been involved, then we would have excavated each and every skeleton intact. But this is the situation that I am explaining you, that this is the situation under which forensic anthropologists work. Ultimately, these remains were handed over to us in Punjab University, Chandigarh, as the sole overseer of these remains for their biological profiling. Then another crime was committed by the concerned government, that it was written in the letter handing over these remains that no money will be provided for this project. So we had about 9,640 human teeth. This is the largest dental collection in the world, which is reported from India. 9,641 human teeth are with us. And similarly, these thousands of the bones there also, with some of them are in my own lab, and some others are being stored in a separate room in Punjab University, which is under surveillance of the intelligence agencies. So this was the situation. These were the skeletal remains which were the result of non-scientific excavation. So this is treasure for us. You can see the teeth of the individuals who were killed in 1857. That is after about 170 years of their death, and they are being remain in the soil sediments. These teeth they have provide. They are a scientific treasure for us, and it is because of these teeth and jaw fragments we have almost established their identity to whom these remains belong to. So these are some impregnated evidences of incidents, which these photographs were taken by the curiosity seeker that proved us very helpful. So you can see that one day there was rain, so those people, they stopped excavating the well, and these were the photographs taken from the soil sediments. These are the foot bones of the multiple individuals and skulls they are found in there. So ultimately, we were given the project. We visited the site. And we segregated the remains, which can be used for forensic identification purposes. So we did the things in the vehicle, which we went to the site, that is about 5 to 6 hours journey from Chandigarh in Amritsar. Near Amritsar, Ajnala is near Amritsar. So we went there, we spent 5 to 6 days there and segregated the remains, which can be used for identification, which can be reconstructed. You can see the wooden boxes which were built at the site, but another crime committed by those persons, that these thousands of the bones, they were immersed in the waters of the river Ganges to provide last respect to these freedom fighters. Otherwise, we are in the process of giving the scientific respect to the victims of our India's first freedom struggle. But these long bones, which we could have reconstructed for not only for their reconstructed their stature and other credentials, but also for that femur is the richest source of DNA. So we could have helped in segregating and identification of these images, but these were some personal artifacts which were required along with the remains, because these persons were soldiers. So these were some coins and medals which were found along with these remains, and all these coins and medals, they have the pictures of the Queen Victoria imprinted on one side and the year of make on the other side. So no coin is of 1856 after 1856. So there was, I will explain a number of origin hypotheses put forth by the amateur historians and local persons about the identity of these remains. Some people, they say that these remains do not belong to the incident of 1857, but they belong to the incident of 1947, in which Hindu-Muslim conflicts were there, and the Hindus killed the Muslims and Muslims killed the country. These remains belong to the 1947, but none of the coin is dated back beyond 1856. And we have also carried out their radiocarbon dating from in collaboration with a laboratory from Hungary, which is dedicated for carbon dating for human remains, organic remains. So that findings which have been published, a number of publications are there. So that has been published. That also said that these remains belong to the either 1854 and 1859. So scientifically, some ranges are there. So these coins and measures, they were also found. So you can see the picture of Queen Victoria and the year of the make, and some things which do not belong to these gold items. They say that these remains might have some female skeleton also, but this is not the case. As mentioned in the book, that those soldiers had some things which was close, who was close to them, that either their wife, their mother, their sister. So some things from those family members they used to keep in their pockets. Not only on those times, but even today, you can interview few soldiers. They keep something very lovable to them with in their pockets or in their always. So these were the things. You can see that these pictures that they tell about themselves. That each and every skull has an injury on the frontal portion of the each and every skull. Right now we have 84 skulls. and out of them I had 3, because these persons they were caught and they were put in Ajnala police station. And next day was Baqar-Eid, and the all the Muslims throughout India, they were sent a missive that that on 1st August 1857 you will not eat the meat of the bakra, but you will be served the meat of the Indian mutineers. So a lot of people they gathered, and they were killed with point blank musketry firings, and then and heap of dead bodies were there, and that dead bodies were put in that particular well which I have shown earlier. So these skulls they belong to the different. They have different morphologies, different morphological features, and they speak about themselves that they are not from the same place. These were some other things. So these are treasure force which I have told you, jaw fragments and some teeth. Excellent, healthy conditions that we have compared and we have published, that these remains belong to the freedom fight, or you can say soldiers. So these were some. The first hypothesis I have already explained, that these remains belong to the massacred Indian soldiers of 1857. But these remains, the another hypothesis that these remains belong to the incident of 1947, and some other persons, they were the result of these remains were the result of some ceremonial human sacrifices which were practiced those days. And the last one is that this abandoned well was used as a common burial site by the criminals as well by the authorities for the disguised purposes. So none of these hypotheses endorsed by the scientific examination with the skeletal remains with these remains with the different scientific examinations. We have published a lot. We have almost identified these remains, and some more are being under process. And we have received the list of the person who were killed thereby from the Britain. So now we are planning the next. We have submitted that we are collecting the biological samples from the individuals of those particular villages from these freedom fighters who are belonging. So we are in the process of identifying their identity to their relatives or their near and dear ones, because genetically no significant differences might have occurred in the last 170 years. So we plan to give the handover these remains to the relatives of these freedom fighters who were killed in 1857 from the different scientific disciplines. And this is the important humanitarian forensic undertaking, which I wish, it is my wish that I will be able to hand over some of these remains to their relatives. That is the ultimate purpose of humanitarian forensic casework. And this is the one more paper that for which we this is 30-page paper. It is regarding humanitarian crimes against humanity and global dimensions with analysis skeletal remains. And for that publication, we received $500 from the publisher. And these are some more scientific publications which we carried out with these remains. We have also carried out stable isotope analysis of carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, and strontium isotope. These are advanced scientific techniques which we have applied, never applied in India with the skeletal remains. So, anthropologists, they must treat human remains and survivor with the utmost respect, adhere to the professional standards, maintain objectivity, and ensure proper documentation of the evidence. And we collaborate with the local communities and minimizing the psychological harm to the relatives. Forensic anthropologists often work alongside experts from different scientific disciplines, including, I told you, law enforcement agencies, to assist in the investigation of mass atrocities and other humanitarian concerns. Effective communication coordination between the forensic team and the law enforcement agencies is essential to maintain the chain of custody and ensure the integrity of the evidences. There is a need for continued discussions worldwide regarding ethical matters related to the identification and repatriation of human remains in humanitarian forensic contexts. Due to the increasing migration and natural disasters, for the confirmation of the identity of the unclaimed bodies or unidentified human remains, a detailed genetic and phenotypic database is needed to help overcome such type of the requests. Multidisciplinary experts and educational institutions need to carry out the research and formulate outreach programs in conjunction with the state authorities for the management of the dead in the aftermath of any disaster, because every person who is living or dead he or she demand the same respect. So we in humanitarian forensics, we are ascribed, we are attached, or we are focused on this aspect that even the dead should be respected from the same concept. So thank you very much.
So it was indeed an interesting talk. Thank you so much, Dr. Sehrawat. And it's a really significant contribution from you and your team to the field. I congratulate you and your team. Good one. So we can have a quick round of discussion. If anyone has any question, query, or suggestion, please be quick. No question?
बेसिकली इस केस रिपोर्ट से जो मैंने आपको बाद में सिखाई, इससे एक मैसेज और भी है कि भी जो ह्यूमन राइट वायलेशंस के आज एडवोकेट बने फिरते हैं, जो नेशंस, उन्होंने ही सबसे ज्यादा ब्रूटलिटी और क्रूरलिटी कमिट की है ह्यूमैनिटी के खिलाफ. The nations who are advocating for human right violations these days, they are the real culprits of such violations in the human history. Not only the human history, but in contemporary times also. And how forensic anthropologists, they have helped and they are also helping. You will see that International Commission for Missing Persons and International Committee for Red Cross, they are engaging, they are employing forensic anthropologists for excavating human remains from the Palestine as well as Ukraine for their identification and handing over the remains to their relatives. So this is the message.
Okay, thank you so much. Maybe they have the experience. What it feels when human rights they are violated. They have the experience now. They are in a position to tell whole of the world that what does it mean. So thank you so much for an enlightening talk, very informative talk. So next, I would like to invite Dr. Madhuri Gupta, Senior Scientist, National Poison Information Center, Department of Pharmacology, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi. So Dr. Madhuri Gupta, please. She will be speaking on role of ethics in research.
It is our privilege and honor to welcome Dr. Madhuri Gupta to our esteemed gathering. Dr. Gupta is a distinguished scientist from Department of Pharmacology at AIIMS New Delhi with a formidable educational background including an MSc and PhD in chemistry. With expertise in pharmacology and forensic science, her research on genomic studies and publications on copper poisoning and snakebite poisoning management is highly regarded. We are honored to have Dr. Gupta with us today. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you for a nice introduction. Very good afternoon to all of you. Myself, Dr. Madhuri Gupta, Department of Pharmacology, All India Institute of Medical Science. Since being a forensic people, you always talk about the what is means according to the rule and regulations. The similar way, I'm just choosing this same thing in ethics forms in the research. So I have chosen the topic role of ethics in the research. So here, if you are talking about there's the two words, ethics and research. So why we need ethics in the research? No. So if you're talking about the ethics and research, the same things in the mind, why we need ethics in the research, why ethics is required in the research. Second thing, third thing, immediate it comes that why ethics required to be implemented in the implement legally. why we do before starting the animal or clinical experiment or writing the papers. So these things are going to be implemented in the ethics during the research. So we have to think over if ethics is there and ethics is going to be follow up, we why we require the ethics approval. We need ethic approval for these. So from whom do this ethic approval to be taken? If we need ethic approval, definitely where we, if you want approval, where we move to take the approval, research objective and alternative methods are also going to be think over. And how many animals, suppose we are planning the research with animal and human beings, so how many numbers are going to be taken? Again, it comes to the ethical criteria, rules and regulation required. So now these things are going to be solved in my this presentation. So let us start about the ethics. Ethics derived from a Greek word ethos, which means that living. Ethics are, as you know, that it is just ethics is also set of rules and modern principles that guide how we determine what is right and what is wrong. Research ethics also provide the guidance for the responsibility conducted to the research. Okay, it also educate the researchers to conducting the research to ensure the high ethical standards. Means these things are going to be found by doing the ethics. Means our research, our work profile is going to be high profile if we are going to consider the ethics. Now, moving ahead, we can just find out how the origin of the ethics, from where why ethics was required to be implemented by the law. Why I can just choose in some cases. The one of the cases is just study. It is that study is Don Man. He's a anthropologist, and what he found that bone fragments were presented in the fossil and remains known as an early human being. Last in the previous lecture, we have just find out the digging of the bones and all. Similarly, so what happened? In this study, he has taken the skull of this person has done the research, and he has taken the skull of human and jaw of the apex. These are the apex and this is the human. They have it's not working. So anyhow, so what happened? He has taken and formed a skull, which was shown in the last figure. So he was concluded that he claims that the human skull claim found that there is a link between the apes and the human, because the forehead and the front of the apes is going together, and they just do the find the research and find out. And what they conclusion draw, that they have claimed that the upper sense means brain is going to be developed first, and the tools means hand and the arms are going to be came later on. But what happened? This discovery, this study was going 40 years, and later on, delayed discovery was missing a link for that. There's a fall up in 1954. This study started in 1912, and after 40 years, it was found that it was a fake retina. It was not like that. What happened? The limbs and the forelimbs and the hind limbs are going to be developed first, and the brain is going to be developed later on. So this research, after 40-year research, this research is not in a ethical forms. Another case I have taken similarly, monster study, which is a monster study of the stented experiment. This study was done done by the Williams Jones. He was a speaker expert. He used to give the speech therapy to the children. And in this study, It was started in 1939. There's a, I think you are able to read, see that. It was started in 1939. And in this study, 22 orphan children was taken by the Johnsons. He's a scientist and he has taken 22 orphan participants. And what he feel that 11 normal and 11 stunted children are going to be treated. What is the stunted means? There is a speech difficulty. They can't they can speak properly. So they just mix this group. 22 children are going to divide it into the normal group and the stunt group. There is no specific mixed subjects are going to be chosen. Means normal group has a same normal students, normal children and the stunt children. So they give positive speech therapy for the normal group and negative speech therapy to the stunted group. Positive therapy means they are given the moral support that yes, you are doing well, you are able to speak better. In the similar way, in the negative speech, they are going to be tortured. No, you are not able to speak properly. You keep on like that. So what is the finding that if the positive speech therapy, one stunted improve, means the person, the child who has stunted behavior, they have improved it. On the other hand, out of 11, 6 normal, 5 are going to be due to the torture or misbehave. They are the children who are normal, they get starting stunting. So what is the hypothesis is that the children are stunted could be actually make them worse, and in the same cases the normal children are get started stunting. So what happened, there is a again why I have chosen this study, because there is a discrimination between the normal children and stunted children. The children who are normal still they are counted as a, they have a speech therapy, they are not taken a proper speech therapy. So one more cases is there. Here is a that is a test 3 experiment of the syphilitis study. Here there is again discrepancy is going to be there. This is the one of the project of the US Public Health Service. It was conducted 1932 to 1970, approx 40 years. And in this, the what is there, American Africans who has migrated to the America, it was chosen as a subject. And what happened, 600 African Americans are going to be chosen. And they out of that 399 are have a syphilitis, whereas 201 are without. Means again there is a not a proper criteria of choosing the patient. Out of 6, though 201 patient is they are not suffering from the particular disease, but still they are taken in those, because what happened, that they are the Africans and they are going to be migrated into America, and they have chosen this person as a study. So what happened? So, so what way duty of researchers now? What we conclude that duty of researcher to polarize the well-being of their participants. Second, also highlight the issues of racial discrimination, because Africans are going to in the America, there is a they are not treated well. So during these 40 years, they have raised their voice, and due to the raising this voice, what happened? That the ethic guidelines formation, the institute review boards are. The last line you can see that the red line underlined is the institute review boards are going to be generated due to the raise of voice. And what happened? Modern ethic guidelines formation for the human subject is going to be formed. So the origin of ethics is started from these study. Before, there is no rule regulation in from the 19th century, beginning of the 19th century till 72. The study was doing randomly. No ethics are there. So after end of the 19th century, the guidelines of ethics are going to be chosen. Means it's going to be formed. So now the research ethic principle and guidelines are generated in the last of the 19th century. And what will be happen? What are the benefit of that? Responsible conduct is going to be there. Inform the consult who are going to be participate. They have to be informed the consult. Confidentiality, those who are taking their confidential should be taken, maintained. Respect the person, risk of minimization and intricity. These major points are going to be keep in mind that while conducting a research, we can focus these points. We cannot take, we can respect it, we can maintain the integrity, we may make the confidential. So according to the research ethics guideline, 15 points are going to be highlighted that if the person of any research is going to be conducted, either social or mass or any national, international, 15 points are going to be focused. That is mandatory. What are those? Just I'm highlighting, reading the highlights only. Honesty is going to be maintained. Objectivity is going to be maintained. Carefulness is there. Integrity is going to be maintained. Communication result means whatever result is going to be found, it is going to be communicated amongst those who are participate in those research, part of the research. Reported to the intellectual properties. It is not a single person property. It is intellectual properties. Confidentiality, openness, responsibility, maintenance, social responsibility, no discrimination, human subject. So these 15 points, and that another is the competence, animal care, and legality. These 15 points are going to be highlighted that if any research is going to be done, then these points are going to be part of that. If it is not there, the study is not going to be counted. So what is the importance after becoming this ethics guideline? What are the major benefits it's going to be found? That is the inspection of knowledge. The second is collaboration work. People are collaborating with each other. Protection of data, then protection of principal rights and welfares. Reduce the risk. I think highlights portion I'm just going through. If it is not working, otherwise I can point out. Anyhow, lawful research, get the fund for the publish. Otherwise, what is the benefit of these ethics? People are giving the fund because the whatever research or whatever study is going to do, the funding agency found that it is going to be relevant for the society, so they start funding. Then accountability for the research, enhance the trust to the society, and support to the moral and social value. These are the implements are going to be found, or importance of the ethics are going to be means due to the ethics guideline. There is a tremendous change in the research field. Now, I think these are the three major body I have chosen. Institute review boards are going to be generated now in the last of the 19th century. Institute biosafety committees are going to be made. Committees of animal research ethics are going to be formed. So it is a very broad spectra. I'm going to choose. I have taken the topic of role of ethics in the research. So ethics in the animal research, I am going to choose. What happened during the study? We always choose the model, and animal model is going to be chosen. But there is a lots of discrepancy in the animals also. So any animal is going to choose. Ethics are going to be followed. So what are those? What is the animal welfares? Ethics are going to, when this ethics is going to be there, that is beneficial for the animal welfares. And Indian government formulate a various regulation body to the social and animals. What are there is a two boards, regulatory bodies and societies. Regulatory bodies, the famous regulatory bodies are this one, the CPCSEA, which is this main role is that animal ethics is equally important for the animal welfares. The another regulatory bodies are the IEAC, because these are the regulatory bodies. We don't need, this is a broad spectrum, they have their own rules and regulation. Just we know that these are the two bodies, regulatory bodies, which they have a rule and regulation, and we have to follow these regulation while choosing the animal animals. Societies are also going to be made. That is the PETA, which is in 1960, and PAWS PASS is also, that is a pre-animal welfare society is going to be formed. This all together works in the animal ethics, and we follow these rule and regulation for the study. Now, what is the role? We have just to go through the regulation of animal ethics in India. In India, if we are talking, PAC Act is going to be chosen. AWBI is going to be used. CPCSE is going to be chosen, and IAEC. These four bodies are going to be found in the India. And what is the motto of these bodies, or we can say the society that governs all the activities related to the animal welfare and the cruelty in the India? What is the cruelty? Means animal are going to be handled as a cruel way. So these due to this society and guidelines and these bodies, the benefit to the animals. So now there is a during experimental, I don't think you people are very much aware about these things. So during the small animals are going to be taken in the research field, and the bigger larger animal, if the larger smaller animals are going to be chosen, we like mice, rares, guinea pig, rabbits, we follow the IAEC rule regulation. Means these bodies, whatever rule, if the larger animal is going to be chosen, then we follow the CPCSE rule regulation. Means different bodies had a different work profile. Small animals are going to be guidelined by this IEC. So, and another is ensured biosafety is also there. Biosafety means whatever hazardous chemicals or hazardous things are going to be used, we can just follow the this IBSC guidelines. Okay, any disposal of the chemicals or biosafety. Now, what happened? What happened due to that? According to the how we can minimize the animal welfare. Now, what happened due to these? Well, it is very much beneficial for the animal welfare. And WHO, W Health Organization, forms the animal health recognized 5 freedoms. They have taken due to the WHO had given 5 freedoms required to minimize the animal welfare or animals. What are they? Form, threat, and hunger. Usually the animals are remain hunger. So WHO has declared that the animals are not going to be threatened or it remain hunger. Forms a discomfort. They doesn't give the pain, injury, or diseases. They can be free and stressless to express the normal behavior. So you feel that the 5 is the major point which is going to be beneficial for the animals. Now, these are the things. Another acts, again the PCA Act it is going to be formed by the governments and act by the parliament in the 1960. Okay, so what acts this? They say that now this working animals used for drawn the loads. Many animals are going to be taken for loading. That is going to be reduced. Performing any means performing animals, animal transport, animal means animals are going you misuse. But except killing the some of the animals are still according to the this acts of parliament that few of the religious places where the animals are used going to be given bali, so they have exempted those in the rules that it is a religious point of view. If the people are using for bali, those animals are going to be not affected by the government's rule and regulation. Rest of the animals are going to be followed by the rules and regulation. So these things are going to be again, this is the, I'm just moving that because again we now what happened, this is the Here, Medical Counseling of the India, VIC, PIC, DEBT, and UGC, biotechnology, zoology, and life sciences, etc., are the expertise are going to make this composition of the CPC. And what are these? These are the selected chairmen are there. Means these rule regulation are going to be formed by the chairmen, and those who are, these are the expert officer, and there is a junior secretary, animal welfare, and vice chancellors are going to be put there. Deputy secretary, animal welfare, member of the other members are also there, who decide the this what are the different forms of there. Now I'm just moving here. Suppose if you are planning for animal to just experimental for you are wanted to take an animal, we cannot plainly find out the animal. There is a application performer for and we have to fill this. Look, it was not visible. I think the performer B is there. We will put all the requirement that name, designation, what are the study titles, what are the findings, everything is going to be filled up and submitted to the animal ethics, and these committee members are going to be decided where a study plan are going to be authentic, it is a beneficial for the social welfare, and then they just given the permission to give the animals. Okay, so these are the pro forma which is used in the every research field or in the medical or in the institute or even though the universities. Till now we have talking about the animal ethics. Now in the clinical research, ethics is also required. In clinical ethics, we are going to choose the human as a subject of the study. Here again, ethics is going to be chosen. Doesn't mean that we have choose any patient without giving ethics concern. So again, ethics is needed here. What happened in this ethics? Role of the ethics in clinical research. What happened? The protection of the dignity, rights, safety, well-beings of the research participants. Those who are participating in these and human research, that they must be there, minimizing the possibility of exploitation, ensure the right welfares of the subject and the respect to identical look after integrity and creating the scientific data and trial result, ensure the harmonization between the international securities. So whatever, so due to this, the whatever patient means the person who has chosen in this clinical study, they have a particular concern and we have to benefit. Now, in this is a timeline. I just wanted to explain. In those, just is this timeline, if you're going to find out that till 19 started, the study started research, there is no scientific oversight. In 1930, the research are going to be started by the, again, I told that that is ferlitis in the, till 1964, there is a no, yes, there is a no ethics are going to be found. So lots of discrepancies are there, lots of things are going to be misguided. After last of the end of the 19th century, aims at this ICMR ethics policies are going to be generated. This ICMR guidelines are ethics are going to be generated, and the ICMR guidelines are, you are going to be found that it is still recent 2019 guidelines are going to be found. And what happened there, the day by day guidelines are going to be improvement, and the just there is a lack of time. So what is the ICMR ethics guideline? Ethics guidelines started in 1980, and recently 2019 ethics for drug and cosmetic guidelines are going to be given. Previously, the ethics committee has research for the human subject. So these are the guidelines which is going to be given from this one. Now, these are the ethics. There's a twin of this one, pivot is that for welfare for the ethics committee and informed consent. now have just gone through that ethic committees are there, and ethic committees means member of group of the people who decided your study, and it is they have taken they have right to judge that whether your whatever clinical study you have planned, whether it is justified for the social welfare or not, or there is something output comes from there. And the other aspect, there is a consult also needed, means the patient who is involved in, they need to the consult, they need to the prior information. For that, we again participate information sheet is PIC form is there, we fill up, we take the parts, they aware about that, yes, they are going to involve in this study, and there's blood sample is needed, or they have, if something is going to be wrong with them, they have given penalty for them. So these are the clinical research, and this is the again, these are the what again consult about the what are the consult. There is a again Bharat Rajpatra is going to be given by the government, and in this again this audio they have given that to the patient who are going to be taken in the research, the audio video recordings are going to be taken, because if there's something false happen, they have to claim for their, they have to claim for their that they have given wrong management, so they are going to given penalty for them. So women participants who have their own rights, that they have a given even though the children participants have a rule and regulation. Now, in this, I rush up in the clinical ethics that what are the rules regulation, and the person, if either women are involved, either the childs are involved, or the humans are going to be involved, they have to follow the particular protocol, and they have the we have to take the patient consult form. Now, the same research field, the third aspect is the research is going to be over. Now, the chance of the publication ethics. So as you know that publication ethics previously, the end, there is a, this is the publication is the end point of any research. There is a thousands of journals are there, and discriminated manuscripts are going to be published. So guidelines of the biomedical publication ensure that promote the high ethics standards in the educate the research. And what happened if the ethics are there, then the what if the publication ethics are there, that there is a good publication is there. So there, these are the again publication. This is the WAM is a guide, Word Association Medical Editorial, COCP, Common and Public Ethics, ICMEJ, are the, these are the policy makers are there who make the policy for making any publications, what are the ethics. Now, this is the roadway that you find out that it doesn't mean that if you feel you are planning to publish a paper, there's a lots of roadway map is there. Starting from the 100 papers, only 55% of paper is going to be published. Rest of the 45 papers are going to be due to the some legal issues, or there is a drawback, they are going to be discontinued for the publications. Now, look at here in this what are the these are the number of the cases here, the classification, these reduce the submission of the publication, 40% of the cases are reduced for the publication, authorship, and these just I move these are the parameters, and what happened, there is a different ratio of these. So this is the what happened, why this is not published due to these reasons, there's a drawbacks. Now, scope of miss. Why was this 45% is the percentage which is paper is not going to be or discontinue? There is a there is a fabrications. People are there is a fabricate, the fabrication is there for fabrication of, and sample size, test errors, recording errors, statics errors, different type of errors are there. So now look at here. In this slide, just I summarized that during the publication, lots of things are going to be carried out. Plagiarism is the main factors. People are going to be copy, and there's a copy for others publication. They copy for the word to word. Nowadays, different plagiarism softwares are available, and paid and unpaid means things are there by which we can, before, if you are planning to publish your paper, please go ahead by plagiarism. Otherwise, there is a copyright, and here just I wanted to mention that due to the plagiarism, there is a this there's a lots of penalty we have facing here. Look at here. Just I skip it. What are the penalty? If the 0% zero levels of plagiarism is there, 10% minors, or it is going to be considered as a 10% minor similarity. If the 10 to 40% is there, they can shall ask the rewrite down plagiarism percentage. I'm just asking that. If the 40 to 60% is plagiarism is there, they ask that withdraw the manuscript, or annual increments. The person who has claimed their annual increment is going to be reduced, and their master, MPhil or PhD students, they are going to be, what happened, they are not supposed to get their degrees, even though the 60% plagiarism is there, their thesis are not going to be submitted. So look at here. We cannot, while few people are doing PhD or they are pursuing for their, so look at the ratio. Till 40% plagiarism is going to be exempted. Otherwise, it is going to be affected for your degree or your job or other parameters. So we don't copy the other. We can just rewrite the things in your own language. And even though we can, if we are going to do, then we have to just put the site mark that we have copied from reference. We can mention there. So what is the conclusion there? Conclusion that only you know the truth. Everyone else expect we can honest. We cannot say that other people can be, while doing this research, or we can do, we just ensure ourselves that we should be honest by doing your research. Just I skip some slides so that sir has given 5 minutes more, so I just bind up the things in an earlier way. So this is an entirely different topic than the forensic, but again, ethics is there here, and again, it is a crime for the research field or the things. So I hope it is not. It is lots of rules and lots of things are there for you people. It is the you. It doesn't make, or you just know the basic concepts of these things. If any things are needed, you can ask me.
Thank you, Dr. Madhuri, for nice and informative talk. Now the session is open for question answer.
Yes, please.
More question?
Ma'am, thank you so much for guiding us. Ma'am, my question is that whether we have to follow the ethics rules for examining any person who is psychopath, because psychopath doesn't seems to be a psychopath or a criminal by mind or by physical appearance. Just like if we are watching anyone who is insane or anyone else, so he can be seemed and can be treated by that. But what about psychopaths?
I have just skipped that. Children's and women's are going to be there. If there is children's are below the particular age, they have exempted. Even though the women who are participated in the study and those who are pregnant or poor, they have a rules regular. They have given some sort of exemption there. So definitely the person the psychiatric person is also given a same exemption there.
Ma'am, can I follow up? Ma'am, just like the Tandoor case and just right now Shraddha Walker case, that is a psychopath behavior person who used to cut the other person and then all did. But my question is that whether we have to follow each and every kind of ethics during that kind of research, because they are not kind?
That is again, it is going to be decided by the clinical board body. How much levels of that person have, whether he is going to be considered, so that there is a again clinical bodies or medical bodies are there who decide these aspects.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Welcome.
Now I would like to invite convener Dr. Amarnath Mishra sir for felicitating our speakers. Please join us for tea in the hall. Kindly return after tea as session will resume at 4:45. Thank you.
Extensive experience and impactful roles reflect his profound contributions to public welfare and disability support. He is a visionary leader and a beacon of positive change in healthcare and public service. Ladies and gentlemen, we now welcome Dr. A.M. Parvez Rahim, sir.
Dr. Bharati Bhardwaj, a Senior Scientific Officer, Physics Division in Forensic Science Lab. Dr. Bhardwaj ma'am is a Senior Scientific Officer in Physics Division at the Forensic Lab in Delhi. With expertise in physics, she contributes to various forensic investigations involve applying scientific principle and analyze evidence and provide expert testimony in legal proceeding. Her work at Forensic Lab involved research, experimentations, and technical support. She plays a crucial role in ensuring accuracy, reliability in forensic examination. Please join us with a clapping and welcome Dr. Bhardwaj ma'am.
Now I would like to invite Dr. Priyanka Singh ma'am. She holds a PhD in Forensic Science and currently serves as a faculty member at the Amity Institute of Forensic Science, Amity University. She is a recipient of the Senior Research Fellowship from the Bureau of Police Research and Development, Ministry of Home Affairs, Government of India, with 7 years of academic experience in criminology and forensic science. She specializes in the role of police and the victims of sexual assault. Dr. Priyanka Singh's doctoral research focuses on the intricate dynamics between law and enforcement agencies and victims of sexual assault. Leveraging her expertise, she adopts a multidisciplinary approach encompassing toxicology, serology, and forensic psychology. Holding a master's degree in forensic science and a bachelor's degree in biotechnology, her academic journey is marked by a profound commitment to advancing knowledge in her field. As an academician, Dr. Priyanka Singh has made significant contributions to education and research. She has supervised doctoral theses, with one already completed and three in progress, while also guiding over many students, nurturing their potential. Committed to a fostering holistic understanding of forensic science and criminology, she has organized numerous guest lectures featuring IPS officers, providing students with invaluable insights into law and enforcement practices. Dr. Priyanka Singh's scholarly endeavors extend beyond the classroom. Her research contributions includes so many papers in esteemed journals covering criminology, victimology, and related fields. Additionally, she has delivered lecture series at the Bureau of Police Research and Development, enlightening police officers with her expertise and enriching the discourse in law enforcement. With a dedication to excellence and a passion for advancing forensic science and criminology, Dr. Priyanka Singh stands as a beacon of knowledge and inspiration in her field. Over to you, ma'am.
A, wa- a warm welcome to our sponsors. Your partnership means a lot to us. Together, we can achieve remarkable masterstroke. Thank you for believing in us and supporting us. Let's make this section an exchange of idea. I would like to call Mr. Naveen Kumar Singh, a director of Next Technogen Private Limited, Delhi. Naveen, sir. It's my pleasure to welcome Mr. Naveen Kumar Singh, an expert in the dynamic automotive industry. Mr. Singh has his ground expertise in areas such as manufacturing excellence, long-term growth, strategy, and global alliance. Mr. Singh excel optimizing organization capacity and nourishing high performance team. His visionary leadership, inclusive approach, and thought leadership have earned him in the industry. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Mr. Naveen Kumar Singh, whose insight and expertise are sure to enrich our discussion today.
I would also like to invite Mr. Surya Dev Jyoti to deliver the session on digitalization of crime investigation from crime scene to court. Mr. Surdev Jyoti is a experienced assistant vice president at Quicksoft Solutions Private Limited in Chennai, specializing in strategic business development and alliances. He has over 10 years of experience, holds an MBA in marketing, and is skilled in partnership management, contract negotiation, and market analysis. Over to you, sir.
दूसरे पे लग जाए और बाहर साइड में है पॉइंट करना नहीं नहीं
So now I wish to invite our first sponsor for the session, Mr. Naveen Kumar Singh from Nestec Gen. Please come for your session, sir.
कोई बात नहीं कहीं भी लगा दो पेन से ऊपर लॉक करके
Good evening, everyone. So, without digital forensics, your investigation these days, your investigation is incomplete. So, we next Technogen will be providing digital forensic tools. So we are into business. I'll first thank MIT University for inviting us, and we are also sponsoring this event. So I'm basically a technical, so pardon me for all these things. So let's directly jump to the things. So the crime investigation using digital forensics. Basically it is required for all the investigation, and we are into this field for almost 8 years. So next Technogen is established in 2016, and we are into digital forensics, completely digital forensics. So working with various law enforcement agencies in India, Nepal, Bhutan, Bangladesh, all these places. And our core area is computer forensics, mobile forensics, network communication. Even we are also into digital surveillance, like nowadays that digital surveillance are going on. So first of all, I'll introduce myself. I'm working with law enforcement agencies for last 16 years in digital forensics, and I'm having expertise in mobile forensics and computer forensics. And apart from all the things like communication surveillance and other things. So basically, we are dealing with all this, like you see the investigation under digital forensics and trainings, basically like Windows forensics. In a Windows forensics, you know 90% of the computers in India, we have Windows. So basically the investigation is on the Windows. So core starting from the acquiring the evidence from the crime of scene, live forensics, including live forensics, and doing imaging, cloning, and bringing to the lab, and searching data, deleted data, and searching data from the huge data. So that we do. Then Mac forensics also, we have experts in a Mac forensics. Like that Mac always changes their technology every year. With a new launch, they come up with a new encryption, new technology. So we are also having expertise in a Mac forensics. Then Linux forensics, that is a very small scale, because most of the organizations, they are only using Windows or the Mac. Only the little small organization, they are using Linux. So it is a very
हो जाता है हाँ वो हो गया अभी चल रहा है हो तो कल के लिए क्या करें कल तो जरूरत नहीं हमें एक ही लिंक चलेगा हमारा ऑनलाइन वाला वही मैं सोच रही फोन आ रहा है बन गया बन गया बन गया स्टार्ट करा हेलो हमारे न्यू टेनिस की कोई दिक्कत नहीं ऊपर से कब्जे कंट्रोल सामने वाले ऑनलाइन